Hallo, Good morning, everyone. Respected President Madam, all the dignitaries, the panelists, we welcome all of you on a busy Sunday morning. And Sunday, it really takes a drive to sit for a seminar because that is our only day when we can run away from our schedules. But really, thank you to all of you for this overwhelming response and so much of dedication to the medical legal series. So today we begin with our, we're going to have a number of medical legal webinars, and I'm sure it will be of real benefit to all the delegates who are so enthusiastically joining in with some technical issues on and off with the Zoom links, and we'll be here to help you out. On the onset, I would like to welcome Dr. Hemant Dugat sir to begin with the series. And introducing sir, actually sir doesn't need any introduction. He's already a well-known figure in AMC and otherwise in the Obstetric and Gynec Society as well. He's a practicing obstetrician and gynecologist since 1985, owns a multi-speciality hospital in Andheri. He's an honorary secretary from in the year 22-23, and also an honorary in BMC Cooper Hospital, associated with the Lion Club and Punarvas Special School, Goregaon, since 1994. He has also got the district governor's Lion District 3231A3 in 2014 and 15. Sir, with pleasure, I would like to invite you and begin the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. Suprabhatam, Suswagatam. Association of Medical Consultants, Mumbai welcomes you all to this beautiful and very important seminar on MMC to NMC. Human psychology is such that we get afraid with any changes, anytime. It's a natural one. And as we evolve, the change is inevitable. And that is what is happening from MMC to NMC, is one such change which is frightening us, threatening us, from all the angles, be it a insurance, be it your Clinical Establishment Act or whatnot. I mean, the learned panelists and the leaders who are going to speak will highlight that. But definitely for this reason, Association of Medical Consultants Mumbai thought it fit to start this series of webinar, and leading from front is none other than our president, Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre, who is a gynecologist but also a law graduate. She's been secretary of our organization consecutively for 2 years. She is a vice president of Kandivali Medical Association, founder member of Mumbai Dhadkan, secretary of Being Doctors, ex-member of Medical Legal Committee, FOXY. Of course, she is a very good orator, bold. She sticks to her points, and like our association, mission and commitment, the same thing is there in Nilima, who once decides to do something and go ahead, and then she never looks back. With these few words, I welcome our president, Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre, to give her presidential address. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Hemant. And it was very surprising to hear you call me ma'am. All right, we've been such good friends, and we have been, both of us. I will not want to say that as president I have taken the lead. In fact, I am so happy over here to tell you all that my entire team is standing with me so strongly. I decide a particular thing and Hemant says, "Tum aage badho, hum tumhare saath hai," So I never get scared of anything now, and we are really raring and roaring to go ahead. We were waiting for our MLCon to start so that we could kickstart the medical legal series. Shubham Muhurat hum jo kehte hain, it's always better, to go according to that, because then it definitely leads to victory. What better way than to start from MMC, say NMC tak, because a lot of turbulence is happening in these areas where our own registration is concerned. MMC is our Maharashtra Medical Council and the NMC is the national level council. Changes happening at both the places. We don't know where we stand. The acts have been passed, rules and regulations, new rules and regulations have come in. And I thought, who better than Dr. Neeraj Nagpal to tackle that? You know, he's one man who's never scared to call a spade a spade. And he has a very out of the box way of looking at things. He knows the changes that can be brought about, how to get them about, and we've seen him being very active. Obviously, we cannot ever think of going to the NMC level and the MMC level without our ex-president of MMC, Dr. Ture. Again, one more person who has gone ahead and done a lot of changes where MMC is concerned, and we've seen the MMC becoming vibrant under his presidential tenure. We also have Dr. Suhas Pingle, who had been the past president of IMA right now. And so he's been there in the forefront, tackling with a lot of other problems. And Dr. Manish Machwe, I have heard him n number of times, you know, talking in panels, and he's one person who can dig out new cases and lovely cases and cases with the spinball throws and something, you know, googly. So I thought best person to tackle with all the interesting cases which come before the MMC and now with the NMC. The MMC having been dissolved and administrator being installed in their place, do we have any reason to worry? No elections being announced now. Is that a cause for worry? And how are we going to tackle with that? A very little about that, but majorly about what MMC and NMC does for you, can do for you, and is not doing for you. That is the entire gist of this whole program. Once more, I want to remind you that when I've taken up the presidentship of AMC, it is with a complete goal that I want a lot of awareness to happen. We are registered as a charitable body. We want to do a lot of charity in the right places. All right. Charity begins at home, but yes, it has to be done outside the home. So we are wanting to do that. Up till now, the tree plantation has kicked off very well. And I'm sure that nearly 9,000 members have already received their tree certificates and have frame them and put them in their consulting room, because we as doctors are role models. If you put it up in your consulting room, there will be a lot of other people who will be wanting to take up that challenge. I again request each and every member of AMC to join hands with us in the organ donation program. I have taken it up very seriously. We have not just stopped at awareness of the doctors and the awareness of the people, but we have also now are trying to register our hospitals as the NTROCs with the ZTCC. We are starting the counseling sessions also. So my earnest request to you is that let's not do things superficially. Let's really tackle the problems and start finding solutions. That was all I had to say, because Reena is going to tell you all about the entire gamut of programs that we have lined up for you. We've finished 17 programs up till now. This is the 18th webinar that we are having, and we have just completed about 60% of what we have in our kitty. Reena, over to you, the most dynamic PCC that we have, and she has been a backbone to me and convener. I really want to thank Vidya Shetty herself as a qualified advocate and a doctor, and I handed over the medical legal series to her, and she's done a wonderful job. You can see the first panel itself has got such stalwarts with it. Thank you, Vidya, for doing so much, and over to you, Reena. Please tell the entire audience about the upcoming programs. We want a lot of attendance for that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nilima. Before going to PCC, something about PCC, I want to introduce Dr. Reena Vani, who is the PCC as well as she's going to run today's program. She's a professor. Reena Vani is a professor and head of Department of OBGY at HBT Medical College and R.N. Cooper Hospital, Mumbai. She is a program committee chairperson for AMC for this year. She was a member of Foxy GCPR, which were the guidelines for pregnancy, pregnant patients with COVID. And they were indeed very helpful, because I am also a gynaec. And before the guidelines came from the government, Foxy had come up with the guidelines regarding vaccination should be given or not, and so many things about the pregnant woman patient with the COVID. She was the president of Mumbai Breastfeeding Committee for 1920, Core Committee for Foxy Violence Against Women Cell, chairperson for Foxy Perinatology Committee, She was a
Rajendra.
ICOG governing council member. She has contributed many chapters in Foxy books and very other 75 publications in journals. She has 2 gold medals, 5 distinctions, and many such awards at her applauds. She is the editor of various books, and she has written herself 2 textbooks. And she has got various awards from MOX also for the Best Personality Award, SN Pandit Award for Women Empowerment, Ganatra Trust Award. And not only that, she is a teacher for MBBS, DNB, and MD. Over to you, ma'am, Dr. Rinavani.
Thank you so much, Rajendra, for that kind introduction. And as Nilima has beautifully put across to you, this is a dynamic year where our dynamic president has focused on not just our medico-legal, but financial, economic, and other health. So the list of programs coming up is going to give you that entire gamut. First of all, as already mentioned, this is the first in the whole series of medico-legal webinars, which actually we launched with a MLCon, AMCCon, which was on last Sunday at Nanavati Hospital. But friends, each weekend is promising to be packed. Next weekend, we are planning a webinar with Suburban, where we'll be talking about available investigations and how we can use them best. After that, we are actually having a tie-up with Global Women's Health Innovation. I'm sure you all have received this in your various AMC groups, but that's a very interesting concept. Here, of course, we are supporting partners. This is on Monday and Tuesday, 12th and 13th of December at the Holiday Inn. After that, again on Sunday, we are planning a webinar on oncology with one of our partners. But very excitingly, we had a wonderful program on Gandhi Jayanti. That was the first FinCon. And it was very well attended. And those of you who missed it, please see it on YouTube or our link. But we are having the follow-up second FinCon, which is about financial health for the consultants, how you can grow your practice and other aspects on the 25th of December, which is Christmas, which I'm sure a lot of you will have some time to log in. There are many things lined up which are not so academic, but more exciting. 26th of January, we have a bikeathon, and none other than our own president and other ladies. And of course, the gents are also going to be there, but it is a bikeathon which is going to happen on 26th of January. 29th of January, we have something which is fun. Ashwin Gidwani, a celebrated playwright, and he's going to have a Black Tape, which is a comedy on silent humor, and we will have special concessional rates for our AMC members. Digital media, knowledge of digital stuff is very, very important, and in the first week of February, we are planning a DigiCon. Our president also believes that we have to be information technology savvy. And in fact, a couple of these things are going to be covered in the Global Women's Health Innovation. So you all should think about it. But this we're going to have on 12th of February, a focused IT con for our members. But friends, one of the highlights of the year is always the AMCon, which is our annual presidential conference. And this theme is on Astitva, in which we are having 2 days. The first, that's 25th of Feb, we are going to focus on fitness for the fraternity. And in fact, this whole year, Dr. Rahul, of course, under leadership of our president and secretary, we have done walkathons, cyclathons, and other things also. But here we are going to talk about fitness for fraternity and how each of us can look into our health and fitness, followed by the main AMCon on 26th. AMC people do a lot of things, but there is another aspect to everyone's lives. So the theme for which our president has selected is Ek Zindagi Aisi Bhi. And we will be talking about other aspects of what we doctors can do differently and what people are actually doing. 8th March is celebrated as International Women's Day, and we in India are no less. But here we are planning to have our men also join us, and we are planning a wonderful car rally. So friends, gear up. Get ready for a fantastic next few months also. And don't forget, what is most important is participation. If you guys participate, that's what makes our programs a success. And I'm very happy that already we have 300 people logged in for today's webinar. Please be with us till the end. I'm sure the knowledge and information is going to help you. And it's been said, teamwork is what gets us forward. And it's the team of office bearers which is working together and the program committee, and team stands for together everyone achieves more. Friends, you as the member are the most important part of our team. Please be with us and participate wholeheartedly in all our programs and help us to make this year even better. Thank you very much for the opportunity to interact with all of you. Over to you, Rajendra.
Hello.
Thanks.
I'll invite Vidya Shetty, Dr. Vidya Shetty, to introduce Dr. Nagpal.
Thank you, Reena ma'am, for that consolidation of so many programs. I guess all of us need to now mark our calendar for all our AMC programs and then think about anything else. Because Nilima ma'am is going to keep us running with her, keeping us fit, as well as I think she's looking at our emotional part, our physical part, and supporting us in such a way that this family doesn't have time for anything else other than our AMC programs. So thank you so much for such innovations. That is the President ma'am, the Secretary sir, as well as PCC ma'am, who's always on her toes. So now we begin our today's series, introducing one of the major stalwarts who's going to be our first speaker, that is Dr. Neeraj Nagpal. Sir, with immense pleasure, I would like to welcome you on this dais. Sir is the chairman and managing trustee of the MLAG. He's an ex-president of the IMA Chandigarh State Branch. He is also a director of the Hope Gastrointestinal Diagnostic Clinic, Chandigarh, and a member of many, many associations. If I go through Sir's whole biodata, it would take more than half of his talk time. But I would just like to consolidate that Sir is a stalwart in medico-legal. He's done a lot of work, filed in a lot of PILs. He's also been an editor in number of books, journals. He's been a member of the editorial board of the Indian Medico-Legal and Ethics Association. He's also edited the book compendium of CPA medical judgments and also published medico-legal aspects of dermatology and plastic surgery. Sir, it is such a privilege to have you here among all of us. And I'm sure you're going to clarify a lot of doubts from our minds. And also, we are going to develop new doubts. So please be with us till the end of the section because there's a lot to talk to you. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome to the dais.
Well, thank you, Dr. Shetty. Should I start? Because this seems to me before time. Should I start now?
Yes, very much, sir. Very much.
Well, there was a discrepancy in the way the introduction was there, and I must clarify that because the privilege is mine, not yours. You people have such active members and active executive. I am really honored to be here, and I wish someday Medical Legal Action Group could replicate what AMC has done in Mumbai and elsewhere. Well, the topic given to me today was regarding National Medical Commission, and this act, in principle, if I have to say in nutshell, has destroyed medicine and recategorized a profession as a trade. If I look back at the history, the idea of reforming and revamping the MCI took root in the Independence Day speech of former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2009. So it is not something that it is a BJP or a particular political party promoted act. This took place first in 2009. In 2013, the Parliamentary Standing Committee returned this ambitious bill with three terse observations. One, the state's autonomy and potential violation of federal principles would occur if this act was passed. Second, they said excessive bureaucratization and centralization would occur. And third, a faulty selection procedure of regulators would providing scope for abuse. Too much power would be centralized. And as we see now in the new NMC Act, which has been notified in 2019, this is exactly what has happened. There is a centralization of power, and it's a problem today. When this Act was to be passed, under the chairmanship of Niti Aayog, this high-powered committee gave its observations that the current electoral process of appointing regulators is inherently saddled with compromises, and it attracts professionals who may not be best suited for the task at hand. This line I want you to focus on. We are living in a democracy. And we are talking about that electoral process is not the appropriate process, and that an electoral process is inherently saddled with compromises. It is a very, very bold and provocative statement in a democracy, but unfortunately, none of us thought that we need to object to this. When this act was passed, the preamble of the bill has stated that the principle of the regulated electing the regulator is flawed and creates a conflict of interest. Therefore, MCI should be discarded. Again, very, very provocative when we are living in a democracy. Effectively, we are electing our governors, our regulators, our whatever you wish to term the people who are in power today in the legislature or in the parliament. They are the people who regulate our life. They are the people who govern our living. And if the principle of electing the regulator is flawed, then, my lords, I think the principle of democracy itself is flawed. This is something which we need to raise someday before courts and hope to get an answer which is favorable to what we think should be. When you look at what are the fundamental characteristics of a profession, one, it has to have great responsibility. Yes, there has to be an accountability, but a profession itself has a mechanism which is an internal mechanism for accountability. The definition of profession, it is you have an internal mechanism for accountability based on specialized theoretical knowledge. Yes. Institutional preparation, of course, though today's some of the institutions which are coming up may not exactly classify as the institutions we have in mind, but yes, an institutional preparation is there to prepare an MBBS. Autonomy. NMC Act has nominations, not elections. This is the central part of my talk. You have created a branch, a subdivision of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. This is not a professional regulatory body which has been created under the NMC Act. Central government is supreme. This is something which is just not acceptable. If we wanted central government to take decisions regarding the affairs of the professional body, then under those circumstances, there was no need for this. We should simply have let the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare do this, what it is doing now under the garb of National Medical Commission. Clients rather than customers, we cannot choose. Direct working relationships, yes. Ethical constraints, yes, we have that. Merit-based, yes, we have that. And morality. And there's this definition, according to Jackson and Powell, of occupations which are regarded as professions to have 4 characteristics. 1, the nature of the work should be skilled and specialized. Yes, medical profession is skilled and it is specialized. And substantial part is mental rather than manual, of course. Commitment to moral principles which go beyond general duty of honesty and wider duty to community, which may translate the duty to a particular client or patient. And professional association which regulates admission and seeks to uphold standards of the profession. It is a professional association which is supposed to do this through professional codes on matter of conduct and ethics. This is where we have flawed when we have allowed National Medical Commission bill to be passed, become an act, and be regulating us today. High status in community should be there. I doubt today doctors in India are receiving that. If I need to consider reasons, Consumer Protection Act made our profession a trade. Patients are now consumers, no longer clients. National Medical Commission Act, no self-regulation. Hence, I will not consider it a profession today. Multiple judicial, quasi-judicial fora to hold doctors accountable. The definition of profession is you have to have self-regulation. Here, the accountability in the name of accountability, a person can be hauled up before at least 14 or 15 judicial or quasi-judicial fora. And this is besides the medical council, which is supposed to be self-regulation by definition. Supposing in 1947, the Britishers had nominated 500 Indians to rule the country, would it still have been accepted as Swaraj? I have this basic question. You have finished Medical Council of India. You have finished the process of elections to the regulatory body. If I was to say that 500 Indians nominated by the Britishers were to govern the country, would it have been accepted as Swaraj? Would we have accepted that as acceptable even today? But in the case of the medical profession, Indian doctors have been beaten into such submissiveness that we have not opposed this the way it should have been opposed. And the regulatory body, in my opinion, should be representative and elected by professionals. When I say representative, it does not mean only represented by ivory tower doctors. I am going to be very, very provocative. What is these ivory tower doctor bureaucrats? First, you keep the appointment of director X institution, Y institution, Z institution within your grasp from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The order comes, yes, this person will be the director. Then you put this director into the regulatory body and say, now this body is representative. But that director owes his appointment as director to you. How is this representative? 70% of the healthcare in the country, whether OPD or inpatient, is provided by small and medium healthcare establishments. Can you tell me what is the representation of these small and medium healthcare establishments in the National Medical Commission? Yes, the representation of these was also not to that extent as it should have been in MCI. But then we should have corrected that, not abolished it and bring this, which is worse than what the original problem was. We have so many other professions, and all of these have a mechanism for self-regulation. Bar Council of India, it is the Advocates Act which governs this. You cannot file a case under Consumer Protection Act against an advocate. You cannot go to 14, 15 places where you can make a complaint for civil or criminal negligence against professional negligence against an advocate. You have to make a complaint to the Bar Council of India. Similarly, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, Council of Architecture, Press Council, none of these can be interfered with. There are no outside agencies, there is no government regulation which is accepted by these professions. But we are doctors. Why is there so much desire to interfere in the medical profession? I'll come to the reasons. One, of course, is basically our successive governments just do not wish to spend money which is required to be spent on healthcare and require some kind of scapegoats for the failure. But another issue is they have realized that medical education is a cash cow. This particular news item appeared in Tribune somewhere in 2015 or 16, if I'm correct. And it mentioned that 80 member parliaments have a stake in private medical colleges. Did any of these 80 member parliaments withdraw from putting a vote when National Medical Commission bill was being passed? Was this not conflict of interest? Not one of them abstained from voting in this bill. If this is not conflict of interest, this bill is what was going to regulate their business. Yes, their business. The medical education is their business. And they wanted to have total control of the medical education by having total control on the regulatory body. If this was not conflict of interest, what is conflict of interest? And you tell me that the regulated electing their regulators is conflict of interest. These politicians for 3 decades have used and misused NCI to start medical colleges, get courses approved, and now NMC bill backs the regulator with nominees of these same politicians. How is this going to regulate the profession to improve from what it was before? Corruption, this was the major allegation, this was the major propaganda. Whatever the pros and cons, yes, one person was caught doing this, that, agreed. You must have 100 member parliaments who have been caught doing something or the other. Can we dissolve the parliament, please? Let us have a new nominated body to govern us. The problem is you have used the excuse of one alleged corruption by one person to dissolve a body which had 120 elected representatives. And then you say this is to avoid conflict of interest. Now absolute power and absolute discretion lies with the central government. And this is where the problem will rise. And has corruption gone? Now that you say you have dissolved MCI and brought in a National Medical Commission Act, this is a news item from 2022, 28th April. So I am reasonably sure that whatever drastic action you have taken or in the garb of improvement, what you have tried to grab control of, this has not ruled out corruption from this regulatory body. We have under RTI, this is Medico's Legal Action Group has under RTI, asked Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Election Commission of India, PMO, regarding how many member parliaments own or have substantial stake or holding and are in the managing committees or trustees of private medical colleges. We have not received a direct answer from anyone, even in appeals. What is the problem? Why am I against National Medical Commission? There is overwhelming central government control when 75% healthcare is provided by small and medium healthcare establishments. Yes, you can argue it is not 75, it is 70, or it is not 70, it is 65. I will concede. But substantial majority of the healthcare in India is being provided by small and medium healthcare establishments. And where is the representation of these small and medium healthcare establishments in this National Medical Commission? There are only 9 part-time members who are nominated from among the elected members of state medical councils. So state medical councils have some members who are elected. And what will happen once National Medical Commission Act is applied on states, we all will wait to see what happens over there. But even from those elected, there are 9 who are nominated. Remaining will be selected or nominated by central government, and this is also to the advisory council. Every state earlier had 3 representatives in the MCI. Now every state which is represented will be getting a representation after 4 years, because one representative will represent for 2 years. So this is unrepresentative. 9 members among the 30 nominated members to advisory council from elected state medical council representatives. Who will confer the degree? This is a problem, because up to 3rd year you are now saying that all exams will be conducted by the university, but the final year examination will be conducted either by the National Medical Commission or the board which conducts the DMB. Similarly, Medical Council of India, though corrupt, forced the private medical colleges to have a bare minimum standard. This, if you go into the depth of National Medical Commission Act, this has been done away with. I will show you how. The members in National Medical Commission, there are a total of 31 members, out of which 9 part-time members are nominated from among the elected members of State Medical Council. The Medical Advisory Council has 83 members, and 29 of them are nominated from among the elected members of each state medical council. So these are basically, again, one person from all the elected members. And since you are nominating, the government will have the control on who is to come there. Composition of the autonomous boards. As per section 11 of the bill, composition of an advisory body to be known as medical advisory body, total 83 members, all nominated. 1 member will be nominated from among elected members of each state medical council. We have already covered this. As per section 16 of the bill, the composition of the 4 autonomous boards to be known as undergraduate medical examination board, postgraduate board, medical assessment and rating board, and ethics and medical registration board. Each board will consist of only 3 members, and all these members will be nominated by the central government. 4th member of each board will be a part-time member, will be from among the elected members of State Medical Council, but he will be nominated from among those who are elected in the state medical councils. The commission shall be performing the following functions, namely frame guidelines for determination of fees in respect of 50% of the seats in private medical institutions. There is total disregard of what the systems were there earlier. The deemed to be universities which are governed under the provisions of this act will effectively have a free hand in deciding how much fee they are to charge. Under the NMC Act, the power of NMC over the State Medical Council, look at section 10, subsection 1. The commission shall take such measures as may be necessary to ensure compliance by state medical councils. Now, health is a state subject. This is exactly what was the objection of the Parliamentary Standing Committee. If you go back to my first or second slide, where it was clearly mentioned that the Parliamentary Standing Committee had said very clearly that this will be too much centralization and against the spirit of federalism in our constitution. Here, National Medical Commission has been given powers that they can take whatever measures necessary to ensure compliance by state medical councils. This takes away the power of the states, against the spirit of the Indian Constitution. But then this is something which, then there is supposed to be a common final year undergraduate medical examination to be known as National Exit Test, which will be held for granting license to practice medicine and for enrollment in state register or national register. It was to start within 3 years of notification, and now we have been given to understand that it is going to start from 2023. Any person with a foreign medical qualification will also have to qualify this national exit test for the purpose of obtaining license. So this foreign medical graduates exam has been done away with. There was a lot of criticism regarding the quality of examination which was being held there, because the pass percentage was only 16 or 17%. There was an argument that the students trained in foreign universities were not up to the mark and that is why the pass percentage was low. But then there was also an argument that this pass percentage had been kept deliberately low so that students did not go abroad to do their MBBS, but instead paid for the high fee for the private medical colleges within India, which was in the interest of the private medical college mafia. Now look at how you get permission for a new medical college in India under NMC. No person shall establish 5 seats without obtaining permission from this. For purpose of obtaining person has to submit a scheme. It is not mentioning you have to have a running hospital, a building, anything. You have to submit a scheme. And the medical assessment and rating board shall consider the scheme and then either approve or disapprove such scheme within a period of 6 months from the date of receipt, provided that before disapproving, an opportunity to rectify the defects, if any, shall be given to the person concerned. We are talking of a scheme. We are not talking of a project. There is no hospital on the ground. There is no building on the ground. We have simply submitted a scheme. And when the scheme is approved, such approval shall be permission to establish a new medical college. If this is not in favor of the private medical college mafia, I don't understand what is. To get a medical college approved, you need to give an undertaking that facilities will be provided later as well. You don't need to have the facilities in NMC. Section 29 says, while approving or disapproving a medical college, the medical assessment and rating board shall take into consideration following criteria. Whether the person who's applying has sufficient financial resources, whether adequate academic facility and other necessary facilities have been provided or would be provided, need not have it at that particular time. Whether adequate hospital facilities have been provided or would be provided within the time limit specified in the scheme. So you have to basically submit a scheme, and subject to previous approval of the central government, even these criteria may be relaxed for medical colleges. Such discretions to waive applicability of statutory stipulations governing prescribed requirements is per se bad in eyes of law and will end up providing ample scope of free-flowing corruption to dwell and get deep-rooted. You will have people who will have good contacts in the central government and will have the funds. Without creating an infrastructure, they will have now, under this NMC Act, they will be in a position to start a medical college. State government, within 3 years of commencement of this act, shall take necessary steps to establish a state medical council if no such council exists in that state. Where State Act confers power upon the SMC to take disciplinary action against a registered medical practitioner, the SMC shall act in accordance with the regulations made under this act. So what has not been clarified is what happens in states like Maharashtra, where Maharashtra Medical Council is in existence. Do they need to change the structure of the Maharashtra Medical Council in consonance with what has now come up in the center, like the National Medical Commission? It simply says that states which do not have a state medical council within 3 years will have to establish a commission, state medical commission. And where it is already there, they have to make sure that it acts under the regulations which are made by the National Medical Commission, provided that till such time as SMC established in a state, the EMRB shall receive the complaints and grievances against the registered medical practitioner. What this means is the state medical council, which does not exist in a particular state or union territory. Let me give you an example. Union territory Chandigarh does not have a state medical council. So if a person has to make a complaint today under this act with the state medical council of a doctor in Chandigarh, he will have to go either to EMRB or he will have to go to the place where the doctor is registered, that may be Punjab or Haryana. Monetary penalty. This is something new which is coming. I don't know whether to say that this is good or bad, but I will leave it to the opinion of the learned people who are on the panel and listening to this. Under Section 30, the EMRB or State Medical Council shall give an opportunity of hearing to a medical practitioner concerned before taking any action, and the action includes imposition of monetary penalty. This imposition of monetary penalty was not there in state medical councils earlier. I may be wrong. Earlier, I had a discussion with Mr. Mahinder Vajpayee, a very senior Supreme Court advocate in this regard, and he had made a statement that state medical council, but then we were very sure that state medical council does not have, but then you have to realize that health is a state subject, and I actually have not gone into each state medical council act. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, or is there any state medical council which earlier also was having the power to impose monetary penalty? To my knowledge, the state medical councils under MCI only had powers to cancel the registration temporarily or permanently. The medical practitioner who is aggrieved by any action taken by the state medical council may prefer an appeal to the EMRB within 60 days. And the decision, if any, shall be binding on the state medical council. Second appeal against EMRB would be with the National Medical Commission. And again, for within 60 days, this was not mentioned in the act. So EMRB issued a circular in July 2022 specifying that this appeal also could be made within 60 days. A limited license to practice medicine at mid-level as community health providers. This is something which has aggrieved most of us. And the government has been gracious enough to say that their number shall not exceed 3.5 lakhs. We have not been able to take any action against totally unqualified people practicing modern scientific medicine, criticizing modern scientific medicine, claiming 100% cure rate for incurable diseases. How are we going to restrict this number to 3.5 lakhs? And what is the justification of community health provider to have been brought and be registered as part of the National Medical Commission Act? You wanted to start a paraclinical, like there are pharmacists, there are nurses, you wanted to start another branch, fine, you could have gone ahead. They could have had a separate registration wherever. Anganwadi workers are there, so many others are there. Why register them in the same register which is being maintained for doctors of qualified modern scientific medicine? This is going to create a lot of confusion in already a health illiterate country. Community health provider may practice medicine to such an extent in such circumstances for such period as may be specified by regulations. Please allow them to do CABG. I'll be most happy, and let all politicians and bureaucrats be getting their CABGs done by them. Community health provider may prescribe specified medicine independently only in primary preventive healthcare settings, but in cases other than these, he may prescribe only under supervision of medical practitioners. This looks very good when it is read. It is impractical. It is not going to be enforced in our country. And this is going to be the bane of modern scientific medicine in times to come. Rights of doctors. National Medical Commission Act has provided certain rights to doctors. And if you look at section 34, it says, no person other than a person registered in this state register will be entitled to sign or authenticate a medical or fitness certificate or any other certificate required by any law to be signed by a duly qualified medical practitioner, right? I was very happy. Based on this, maybe I will start and do MBBS again. But go to the Indian Medical Central Council Act 1970, section 70. The same wordings are repeated verbatim. Why create this situation? Why create this confusion? whatever right you have given to qualified to MBBS doctors are exactly the rights which are already available to the Ayush doctors. Then you say this is something which is only for modern scientific medicine. Let us look what is the punishment for quacks in NMC Act. Any person who contravenes the provision, any of the provisions of this section, shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, or with fine which may extend to 5 lakh rupees, or with both. No exclusion for community health providers. But my fear is this is going to be applied only to doctors who do not renew their registration. This is not going to be applied on our Baba Ramdevs and so on and so forth, who are I think they are the ones who should be given the Nobel Prize of Medicine or equivalent if there is in India. But please remember, the commission does not have a final say to recognize institutions. I'm again coming back to my basic issue. The institutions are owned by whom? 80 member parliaments own private medical colleges. And the regulatory body which is created with nominated members of these politicians, that regulatory body also does not have the final say. Where the undergraduate or postgraduate medical education board decides not to grant recognition to a medical qualification, the university or medical institution concerned may prefer an appeal to the commission for grant of recognition. And if the commission decides not to grant recognition to the medical qualification, the medical institution concerned may prefer a second appeal to the central government. Then we are talking of conflict of interest when doctors elect their own regulators. The issue of MD DNB equivalence has been clarified because there had been a lot of flip-flop on this issue, and now it is established. It is given in section 37 of the Act that DNB in specialty and super specialty qualifications, when granted in a medical institution which has more than 500 beds, that shall be equivalent in all respects to corresponding PG or super specialty qualification granted under this Act. But in all other cases, meaning if DNB has been granted in a hospital which is less than 500 bed, 1 year senior residency will still need to be done for such equivalence. What does this mean? A DNB done from a hospital of more than 500 beds will be equivalent to MD or DM qualification or to MCH qualification of the equivalent specialty or super specialty. And if for a particular job, for a particular academic position, the qualification is MD, the DNB person will be automatically qualified to apply. Powers of the central government in NMC Act. The commission and autonomous boards shall in exercise of their powers and discharge their functions under this Act be bound by such directions and questions of policy as central government may give in writing to them from time to time. Why did we need this charade? You did not require this National Medical Commission. We should simply have said Ministry of Health and Family Welfare will henceforth govern all the actions of medical education, medical practice, and any other issues related thereof. Because here you have clearly mentioned that the National Medical Commission as well as the autonomous boards, first you are saying they are autonomous, then you are saying they are to be bound by such directions on questions of policy as central government may give them in writing. How are they autonomous? The decision of the central government, whether a question is one of policy or not, shall be final. I fail to understand what we have all been doing when this act was being passed. Medical pluralism. Now there shall be a joint sitting of NMC, Central Council for Homeopathy, Central Council for Indian Medicine, at least once a year to enhance the interface between homeopathy, Indian systems of medicine, and modern systems of medicine. The joint sitting may decide on approving specific educational modules or programs that may be introduced in the undergraduate course and postgraduate course across medical systems and promote medical pluralism. Onus of having a bridge course or not has now been passed on to the states. Every state government may, for the purpose of addressing or promoting primary healthcare in rural area, take necessary measures to enhance the capacity of healthcare professionals. That is, bridge course, etc., is now the state government's concern. The NMC has washed its hands of it. Central government is supreme. There are multiple points I have already raised. Section 55 says, if at any time central government is of the opinion that Commission is unable to discharge the functions and duties imposed on it under provisions of this Act, or the Commission has persistently made default in complying with any directions issued by the central government, then central government by notification can supersede the Commission for such period not exceeding 6 months as may be specified in the notification. So if the NMC does not work as per the diktat of the central government, if the NMC or the autonomous boards do not function as demanded by the central government, they can be superseded, they can be dissolved. This is something then all of us should introspect what have we been doing while this was going on. Every rule and regulation made and every notification issued under this Act shall be laid as soon as it is made before each House of Parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days. This has not been happening, and this we need to become proactive. And the problem is, devil will always be in the regulations, where procedure of inspection and approval of private medical colleges is laid down. But now, since the whole thing is on paper only, you simply have to have a scheme. What are you going to inspect? And this business people coming into the field of medical education, it has become very costly. Selection compromised due to exorbitant costs. Products are suboptimal. It may surprise you. Most of you will be probably knowing that national NEET exam, which was held undergraduate, the cutoff pass percentage for people who will be selected to MBBS this time was 16.25% marks. 16.25. At these marks, you may not pass your 5th exam or your 8th exam or your 10th exam, but you can get selected to do MBBS. Only criteria is you should have the funds to pay for the MBBS seat in a private medical colleges. Need to get return on the investment shall be reinforced on these doctors who will be produced such. These graduates will represent the medical profession, and their deeds will have repercussions on the entire profession. And since most of these will remain in small and medium healthcare establishments, the consequences are going to be borne by the entire profession. This is why medical profession should have insisted that the regulation of medical education, all this should have remained within the profession and should not have been passed on to the government as has been done under this Act. Cabinet Secretary and Secretary Health may be very good administrators in their own right, but they cannot be expected to understand the requirements of the profession. What is being attempted through this Act is asking IAS officers to lead the Indian Army. If what is happening here is correct, then I mean, we can soon expect IAS officers also to be asked to lead various battalions in Indian Army. Bureaucrats, whether medical or non-medical, remain in their ivory towers. Please understand this. Bureaucrats are not only non-medical. Bureaucrats are medical also. We have ambitions. All of us have ambitions. And I would love to be director of X Institute, Y Institute, Z Institute someday. But all these are subject to my towing the political agenda, towing the political line. bending before those who are in power. This is something, unless and until corrected, as professionals, we have our own standing, and we should refuse to bow down, or there should be a minimum boundary beyond which we will not go to please our political masters, because you may get into institutions or positions of your choice, but then you do not remain doctors, and your actions are no longer in interest of the profession. These people are in total disconnect with the ground realities, and in the field of healthcare, their desire to control medical education as well as practice of medicine through NMC will be disastrous for the country. This has also become a tool for political dispensation to adjust those loyal to a party but who could not otherwise be rewarded with a Lok Sabha or a Rajya Sabha seat. Look at the functions of a bar council, statutory regulatory body under Advocates Act. What does it say? To safeguard the rights, privileges, and interests of advocates on its rolls. You have a regulatory purpose. You have to punish those who do not follow the particular ethics or the particular professional guidelines. But all that is also done to safeguard the rights, privileges, and interests of the others who are registered with you. Here, under NMC Act, even under MCI, this problem was there, that it was only a regulatory and a punishing authority. You have done this, this is what we will do for you, your license will be cancelled. This was the only purpose, and the entire thing came down to registration and cancellation of registration. Talking about rights, privileges, and interests is not part of the agenda under the National Medical Commission Act. Section 6 of Advocates Act promote growth of bar councils, bar associations for implementation of welfare schemes for advocates on its own. The Bar Council of India may create funds to give financial assistance to organize welfare schemes for indigent, disabled, and other advocates. It is laughable when you try to compare the Advocates Act with the National Medical Commission Act. We need to learn. No advocate can be hauled up anywhere except the Bar Council for professional negligence. But a doctor can be hauled up n number of places. I mean, of course, the last one, which is a court of WhatsApp justice, should not be equated with a quasi-judicial or a judicial fora. But the fact is, doctors can be prosecuted and can be held accountable before innumerable authorities. There is also this issue which is raised time and time again, and people question me regarding the postgraduate qualifications done by individual doctors and what is their status in India. Like we had a case in Kerala where in a mission hospital, there was one sister, Louis, who was practicing for 20 years as a gynecologist. Her degree was from Germany, the undergraduate degree, and postgraduate, she had done a 4 years training in obs and gynae. She was practicing as a gynecologist in India. The court had held that her degree, undergraduate degree, was equivalent to what was MBBS in India, but she could not have claimed to be a gynecologist. So there was confusions on this issue. And finally, now, if you go to section 12 of NMC Act, it says that in case a person with postgraduate medical qualification awarded in UK, USA, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, his qualification can be considered as equivalent qualifications to NDMS, but subject to the condition he should have done his complete duration of training in those countries, and he should be registered to practice that specialty in that country. So it is not only that you have done an XYZ training course. If by doing that training course, you can practice as a specialist in that specialty in these countries, then and only then your qualification done in these 5 countries will be considered equivalent to MD, MS, DM or MCH as equated in India. And these people can then be eligible for post of assistant professor in respective departments, and their subsequent promotions would be as per the teachers' eligibility qualifications in Medical Education Regulation 2022. Do you know we have put up medical education for sale? Till 2009, only non-profit trusts and societies could own medical colleges, either government or non-profit trusts and societies. February 2010, firms under Companies Act were also allowed to enter the field with a caveat that the permission would be withdrawn if the colleges resort to commercialization. August 2016, government allowed companies run medical colleges for profit ostensibly to make it transparent. Then January 2017, existing non-profit trusts and societies who were running so far on non-profit basis, they were allowed to convert them into profit-making ventures. Government allowed consortia of 2 to 4 entities, including trusts, societies, companies, or universities, to set up new medical colleges. The new medical education policy has done away with all fee regulation for professional companies. And look at this headline of December 2022. Now, profit-making companies can set up medical colleges attached to profit-making hospitals. What happens when a professional regulatory body comes under the government control? It is the party in power who will decide number of issues. What was wrong with BC Roy National Award? What was wrong with the Silver Jubilee? I'm not a BC Roy National Awardee, please, nowhere near it. But it gave an impetus to medical professionals to excel, and it gave them a recognition. Now, on 9th November 2022, National Medical Commission has dissociated itself totally from all these 3 awards. Number of times I'm asked this question, what about the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Mumbai, which gives degrees and diplomas? So there are 36 postgraduate degrees and diplomas which were first added in first and third schedule of IMC Act in 2017, and then they were deleted in 2018. But in between 2017 and 2018, some 466 students took admission during this period. So when that representation came up in 2012, their degrees were also recognized. When it becomes subservient to the powers that be, these are the kind of things a regulatory body does. National Medical Commission recommends replacing Hippocratic Oath with Maharishi Charak Shapat. Whose demand was this? Did doctors want something like this? Why was this necessary? Usage of khadi products in medical colleges and institutions. I fail to understand. It is like government coming into the hospitality industry, making a mess of the whole industry, and then saying, okay, now you take it on a public-private partnership. What was the need of taking over Air India if finally you had to run it to the ground, make it go into losses, and then finally say, okay, Tatas, now you take it back? It is exactly something like that. Yoga training, part of MBBS curriculum. Please, we need to respect our yoga, Ayurveda, but they don't need to be mixed up. They don't need to be integrated in any fashion. An MBBS doctors, a lot of MBBS doctors, a lot of my friends do practice yoga. They recommend me to do yoga. The point is, there is nothing wrong with that. But why make it a mandatory part of course curriculum? Today, you are saying it is for 10 days. Tomorrow, another government may come into power and see a political purpose to increase this do a one-year course in which a qualification also is needed. Then now the problem is the regulations of 2002, the ethics regulation of 2002, they are now about to be replaced by the regulation which has been put as a draft in 2022. The time to give suggestions has already gone, but some things which have come up in that draft, I would like to draw your attention to. And this is the first slide I used to show people when we were still permitted to give suggestions on this regulation, that we need to forget our turf wars. This is an area for plastic surgeons. No, this is an ENT surgeon's area. No, this is a head and neck surgeon's area. These kind of turf wars is what has caused our basic problems. We need to realize that our lowest common denominator is MBBS. If we fight for the rights of MBBS, we will be automatically fighting for the rights of the plastic surgeons. We will automatically be fighting for the rights of the DM nephrologists. But if we keep fighting for DM nephrology to be different from, or DM hepatology to be different from DM gastroenterology, we are the ones who are going to be the losers. Focus on doctors working in periphery, where basic amenities like electricity, water are issues, not internet connected. And focus on youngsters joining practice. If our suggestions have been given keeping these 4 principles in mind, they will be overall in the interest of the medical profession. Whether the government accepts it or not is something totally different. Look at the section 6 of these regulations. Rights of an RMP to remuneration. There is only one right in the entire 104-page regulations, 104 or 114, I'm forgetting which. There is only single right that a RMP, a registered medical practitioner, has a right to remuneration to consultation fees. Thank you so very much. I did not know that. In our suggestion, we have added number of rights which should be included in this. From Medical Legal Action Group, we had sent our representation, and we had approached many other organizations to send their representations on similar lines, like right to safe work environment. Why is this not part of my ethics regulation? Right to limit working hours as an individual preference. If I do not wish to work more than 4 hours a day, it is my choice. Right to proper hearing and justice. Right to practice profession unhindered without over-regulation or judicial adventurism. Right to stop treating patient if patient doesn't pay professional fee, patient or attendant consult another doctor of any branch. I mean, there are a number of rights which I have enumerated. These are not, of course, part of the regulations, but these are something we need to fight for. And this was the perfect opportunity. Another basic problem which doctors face is when they have their own in-house pharmacy, their own in-house chemist dispensing. The drug inspector says you need a license. The Drug and Cosmetics Act did not mention that. The Schedule K over there allowed doctors to dispense medicines. And there was a confusion, and I think Kerala High Court gave a judgment against us in this issue. Punjab and Haryana High Court is also seized with this matter. But I thought this was an opportunity to get this added on in form of a regulation to the National Medical Commission Act, where they had already said RMP shall not run an open shop to sell medicine prescribed by RMPs other than himself, right? So they have agreed there that an RMP can open a shop to sell medicine prescribed by himself. What we needed to add was drugs and disposables provided by RMP to his or her own patients should be billed separately in the final bill. Right now, insurers refuse if you do not give a itemized bill. And doctors were afraid to give an itemized bill because the drug inspectors would say that you do not have a drug license. Pharmacology being part of MBBS course, RMPs do not need a separate drug license for maintaining pharmacy within their clinical establishment, which provides medicines to their own patients only. This is something we need if we are not able to do to get these changes through here. The Drugs and Cosmetics Act is also being amended, and we have sent our representations there also. Then responsibility of RMP regarding medical records. Now it is being mentioned very clearly in this that it is not only inpatient records, you also require to maintain outpatient records for 3 years. This was in the regulations. Now we have mentioned over here that this, if is being done in an electronic form, it cannot be the responsibility of the RMP if the platform he has chosen to keep the records on is provided or recommended by NMC or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. What we are asking for is, please provide us. We will not hire XYZ vendor for our electronic medical records. You tell us which vendor we should hire, we will hire them. But after that, if that vendor tomorrow says that hamara to system crash ho gaya, if that vendor closes shop tomorrow, my entire medical records are not accessible to me. And the courts tomorrow, I should not be held responsible for having dealt with a platform which was recommended by National Medical Commission or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Same thing is repeated here. The issue of emergency medical treatment, the Supreme Court in a catena of judgments has mentioned very clearly that right to health care is now one of the fundamental rights. This is Article 21, Indian Constitution, fine, agreed. Nowhere does any judgment mention when I am supposed to give this free treatment, how am I going to be reimbursed? This issue of free treatment had started with the Law Commission report, India 2000, report number was 201. I think it came in 2005. After this, only the Clinical Establishment Act had come into the picture, and that section 12C was brought in, where we are supposed to provide emergency medical care to stabilize the patient. What this Law Commission report had very clearly stated was there has to be a mechanism to reimburse the hospital or the doctor for the services provided, whether that reimbursement is done by the patient or is done by the government is a different issue. But some kind of mechanism should have been there, and this was one of the points we have raised in our representation in this regulation. There is section 23 in these regulations, which says if a medical RMP is having any incapacity, induced or otherwise, detrimental to patient, basic issue was use of alcohol or intoxicants during duty or off duty. We have cancelled the or off duty in our representation. Off duty, a person should be permitted to take alcohol. However, on duty, yes, definitely not. But then we have added something else here. Operating under the influence of alcohol during off-duty hours would also constitute misconduct. Working or being made to work for more than 12 hours at a stretch should also constitute misconduct, since sleep deprivation can also affect decision-making or skill in treating a patient. What do we mean by this? An institution posts me as a resident doctor for 12 hours consecutively at night, and then next day wants me to attend the OPD and attend the academic session and then take the samples. So it is the institution which is asking me to do all this. This is misconduct on behalf of the signing authority in the institution, which has made me work for more than 12 hours in a sleep deprived state, which is equivalent of being under the influence of alcohol. Gifts and travels, this issue has been there, but we have given our suggestions in this regard, and we definitely wanted this to be deleted, that RMP should not be involved in any third-party educational activity like CPD or continuing professional development, seminar, workshop, symposia, conference, which involves direct or indirect sponsorship from pharmaceutical companies. This is a very, very serious matter. All experts are already experts. Why would they need to spend their own money, go to some place and deliver a talk sharing their expertise with those who wish to learn from them. The pharmaceutical educational grants were providing a specific purpose. And today, the income tax laws have also been changed to say this is July onwards, that if I'm taking any travel or stay or hospitality from anybody, they are supposed to deposit TDS, and that amount which has been spent on my travel and my stay, I have to include in my income and pay income tax on that. I fail to understand what is going to happen to continuing professional development and CME programs in future. This is an area we need to fight on. Section 36, RMPs will be required to file an affidavit regarding their financial earnings and benefits received in the past 5 years from any pharmaceutical company or allied health sectors. My dear sir, we already file our income tax returns. All information regarding our earnings and sources of earnings are already disclosed there. Where else do you want us to file this affidavit? And what for? Please remember, the powers of civil court not only exist with the consumer courts today, they have also been given to the State Medical Council and Ethics and Medical Regulatory Board under this act, under these regulations. But you have also to realize, but if you are making them equivalent to courts, how can you say that lawyers will not be allowed to come in the State Medical Council to represent either the doctor or the patient? Either you are a court or you are not a court. If you are a court with the Code of Civil Procedure applies on, and if the Code of Civil Procedure applies on you, not allowing a lawyer is against the law. The online continuing professional development program, guideline 10, this is the worst part. We have to fight strongly on this. Today you are holding this seminar on digital platform. If these regulations come in, you are using the Zoom platform to have this program. This program will not be given accreditation by State Medical Council because you are not using one of the 7 programs, platforms which are provided in this regulations. So we had added virtual platforms available commercially in our representation to the government. I don't know whether this will be accepted or not, but we are already in dispute with Punjab Medical Council on this issue because they had specified they will allow only one OmniCurix or some platform for CME programs during COVID. So we were holding under Zoom, on the Google Meet, so many others. So we were refused to be given CME credit hours. And Maharashtra Medical Council, in fact, had given us CME credit hours for our Medical Legal Action Group annual conference. Delhi Medical Council had given, Haryana Medical Council had given, but Punjab Medical Council refused to give. They said we are going to give only if you hold on OmniCurix platform. Now, this is a problem. One, OmniCurix itself is a private player. You have had an arrangement with them. So we had gone to Competition Commission of India and we have gone further to the National Company Law Board on this matter. The point is, these virtual platforms should be added for continuing medical education programs. And the feedback is being asked for. If the continuing professional development, if you go through these guidelines, it says there has to be a feedback from the people who have attended the CME programs. Well, it is very interesting that for a 1 hour or a 1 day program, you are asking for feedback. Kindly implement this also for the feedback from doctors who are doing MS surgery from institutions where no surgery is being done. Why are we not asking for feedbacks before we renew the recognition of institutions for particular training programs? Let us introduce this feedback system there also. There is over-regulation in healthcare, and National Medical Commission Act is definitely part of this. overregulation. Thank you so very much. I hope I haven't overshot my time.
Thank you, sir. It was a nice presentation and on the NMC. Unfortunately, Dr. Manish Machwe is busy in some family emergency. He's in a hospital with some relative. So now we'll have to proceed with our panel. So I would like to invite Dr. Duggad, sir, our dynamic secretary, to come ahead and start the panel.
Thank you, Rajendra.
Dr. Duggad, sir.
Yeah, I'll like to invite Dr. Vidya Shetty, who's a convener for this today's program, as a co-moderator. Vidya, in her name itself, the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Just listen to her degrees. MBBS DGO, DPH, LLB, MBA, PGD, HHM, PGD, MLS, PGDHR, Diploma in Gynec Endoscopy from Germany. So much of it. And her passion is law, because after all the medicines and, listening to Nagpal sir, I think future, I don't know whether it looks that bleak that nobody will be thinking of joining medicine, and more profitable to be joining in the law courses and practicing law. So Vidya is a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, worked as a medical officer of health in Bhiwandi City Municipal Corporation. She is a senior gynecologist in Bhiwandi BNCMC, medical legal consultant Apex India, and a managing committee member for Association of Medical Consultants 2022-23. Welcome, Dr. Vidya.
Vidya, before you start, could you one small minute? I want to say something about what presentation Dr. Neeraj has done.
Yes, ma'am. Please
Dr.
do.
Neeraj, I am so glad, all right, that my choice has been so excellent. All right, because I really wanted all these nuances to come out, and I want all the attending members to understand that when acts are put in place and when it is a bill, when it is a draft, medical associations need to put in their suggestions. AMC has done a lot of work in this regard. Even when the Nursing Home Act came into place, the CEA came into place, we have given our suggestions. During NMC, the moment I took over as president, that time the regulations had come, and by 21st of July, I think we were supposed to submit all our suggestions. And we did one full month. Every day we were sitting and we went to each and every point. And whatever Dr. Neeraj has pointed out, we, in fact, his suggestions also had come out before ours. We included all that, sat, we discussed those also, sir. We took every suggestion into consideration, and nearly 114-page draft we have sent the government. So thank you very much, Neeraj, sir. You are an inspiration and your knowledge is so vast. I'm very glad to have Dr. Utture and Dr. Pingle also to join you here, because who else but Dr. Utture? You know, he's there all across the globe. And Dr. Advocate Khatri could not join us because he's in Los Angeles, and there is a time lag, and he was going to try his level best to be there, but unfortunately he cannot join in. He just messaged, yesterday he spoke to me and he said, I will still try to join. And now since the timing has changed, it may be even more difficult for him to join. Vidya, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And really, Nagpal sir, it is such a nice view that you have given us. We really enjoyed your session thoroughly. When you asked whether you have gone overboard, we don't know, because we didn't have the time to look at the watch. We were so busy hearing you, and there was so much that you have put in. To today, the panel that we are having are of overwhelming people. Along with you, Dr. Utture sir, Dr. Pingle sir. So we are having a whole basket of experiences. And I think it's really going to be worthwhile spending this time with all of you. With this, I take the privilege of introducing our panelist, that is Dr. Shivkumar Utture sir. I think I am a very small person to introduce him, because all of you know him much better. But as a protocol, sir, I would need to introduce you.
So these are just very, very few words, I'm sure, because otherwise it would take an hour to introduce you. So sir has been the president of MMC 2017 to 22, member of NMC 2022, member of the Medical Advisory Council 2022, vice president IMA headquarters Delhi, executive committee member of the MMC from 11 to 17, member of the ethics committee of the NMC to prepare draft code of ethics. So sir, we have a lot to talk. Past president of IMA Mumbai, retired professor of surgery, GMC, also a retired consultant from the St. George's Hospital, consultant at Fortis and Sushrusha Hospital. Sir, welcome to this panel discussion, and we are looking forward to learning so much more from you. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Suhas Pingle. He is a immediate past president of IMA Maharashtra. Is a past honorary secretary IMA Maharashtra for 6 years. Member MMC 2009 to 2016. Member Maharashtra Nursing Council 2006 to 2009. Member Advertising Council 2017 to 2020. Member of the Group Forum for Ethics, who fought a long legal battle and a corrupt postal ballot to physical battle. You know, he fought that battle to scrap postal ballots and make it a physical for MMC. Dr. Suhas Pingle, welcome to the panel, sir. Yeah, Vidya. Vidya, you are mute.
Dr. Neeraj,
Sorry,
you are
sorry.
also part of the panel, all right?
Panel.
So we didn't introduce you again, but you're very much a part of the panel.
Yes, so this was my next twist to welcome Neeraj sir again. So please be a part of it. Now, these are a few questions that we will be beginning with. We are having our title as MMC say NMC tak. So I guess a little bit about MMC also would be good, because sir has just begun with the NMC part of it. So first, which all of us have questions in our mind. What about MMC elections? Is it going to be dissolved, or are there going to be elections? It is open to the panel. We would like to have all of your opinions.
Dr. Pingle, sir.
Well, let me make things very clear. The elected body, along with the nominated people, was established on 3rd of October 2017. Though the elections were conducted in December 2016, there was a administrator. And then after the Gazette notification on 18th of August, the council came into existence on 3rd of October 2017. Now it is said in the Act, it is a body corporate with perpetual succession. So the term of office, though it is stipulated to be 5 years, it will continue till such time that the next council takes over. Okay. But the government, what they did with a Gazette notification, they have said that since the term of office of Maharashtra Medical Council is over, and since they want to conduct early elections, and since there are some pending jobs, they are appointing an administrator on the Maharashtra Medical Council. So Maharashtra Medical Council is not in existence as on today. This happened on 10th of October 2022. Now, going to that question about elections, as you know, after a long battle from 1909 to 2009, the elections were held on 26 April 2009, but the body came into existence only on 22nd May 2011, where me and Dr. Utture were part of it. We were members, elected members, along with the 2 MMC members, namely Dr. Bipin Pandit and Dr. Suresh Rao. But then we had to fight in the court of law to get installed. Now here also, this time also, though government has said that they want to conduct early elections, already 2 months period has lapsed, almost. Today is what, 4th of December, and there is no notification. So we don't know when the government will conduct the elections. It is not on the priority list. Presently, they may be interested in holding the elections to the local self-governments, including the Bombay Municipal Corporation and other places, So unless we take it seriously, we means the associations, as Dr. Nagpal has very well pointed out in his speech, unless we are proactive, the elections, according to me, are not to be held in near future. So we will have to do something. And as far as we all know, if we want to have justice in present times, we have to approach court. So that is all about the elections. Thank you.
So will it be a good idea if all associations here, now the IMA is being represented, AMC is being represented, MLAG is being represented, can bodies like us do something about it so that the administrator can be removed as early as possible and elections can be held so that doctors' representation comes on to the Maharashtra Medical Council as early as possible? Is there something that we can do?
Madam President, we have already written in the month of May and again on 1st September letter to the Minister of Medical Education and the Secretary of Medical Education that the term of office is coming to an end. Almost 5 years are over. So please conduct early elections. Same thing we had done in 2016. That's why after the dissolution of the then council, they had to conduct the elections in the month of December 2016. So we have already done our job, but now they have not taken it into account, it seems, our request. So we'll have to go for the court verdict.
From AMC side, I think I will also do my bit and our efforts to put in our letters. MLAG sir, Dr. Neeraj Nagpal, I request you also to put in a good word. Thank you.
I would like to. Sorry.
Dr. Vidya, can I come
Yes,
in?
sir, please. I was just inviting you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to this program. Dr. Nilima Madam, Hemant, who is my classmate right from first MBBS, by the way. And of course, Dr. Vidya Madam. Excellent talk as usual by Dr. Neeraj. Quite an extensive talk. We'll come to the provisions, whatever have been said, a few things in that afterwards. But as far as MMC is concerned, let me tell you, MMC was not dissolved. You have to read the wordings that the GR of the government says that your tenure is over, and because of that, we are putting an administrator to hold the elections. So, because dissolving the MMC, there are a few protocols that have to be followed for any dissolving of MMC is concerned, and they have to find some fault with the MMC if they want to dissolve the MMC. So obviously they didn't get that. So the other thing was to do this. But let me tell you, if you see the MMC Act and rules and regulations, it was blatantly illegal for the government to take away this MMC body. As Dr. Pingale has already told you, it is a continuous body up till the next, because it is written in the Act itself, up till the next body comes into existence. The day before the next body comes into existence, up till that, this is supposed to be working. Now, we did not want to go to court, let me tell you very frankly over here on this, though we would have won this, because we do not want the next elections to be postponed. See, once anything is in the court, and if the court takes its own time, the next step cannot be taken. And therefore, it was very much thought by the IMA leaders that instead of going to court as far as what the government has done of removal of this MMC body, we should go to court for asking for an early election, because that is our main aim. And I think we are working on that part also. We will be going to, and it was just decided in this, the State Council meeting, which was held about a week back. And once we formulate all that, definitely we'll be also coming to all the other organizations also, because our collective aim should be that a properly elected democratic body should be there in MMC instead of there being an administrator. Because you have to understand one thing is that under the Act, the administrator has the same powers as a full council. So if the government wants to achieve something like how we have seen in this NMC also that has done, there are a lot of things that I can talk about NMC in spite of being a part of the NMC for the last 2 years. They can, if they want to bring into, into existence any new rules, regulations, this is the time that the government is going to. So our aim should be to see to it that this administrator is out as early as possible and a duly elected body is put into place. Thank you.
Sir, what do you think would be the future of MMC following NMC?
No, what you have to basically understand is that, MMC comes under the State Act. In a federal aspect, there is something called the Central Act and the State Act. As far as the National Medical Commission is concerned, that comes under the Central Act, which they have, bulldozed it. We had opposed a lot as far as the provisions of that act is concerned. Let me tell you, as far as IMA is concerned, and even other bodies like I think AMC also, MLAG also had given a lot of opposition to the original draft of the NMC. You see, there was an original draft which was way back in 2017, which was put into existence. Then in 2019 was the one basically that it came into existence after having put it in the public domain. We had almost around 50 or 55 objections to whatever was there in the original draft. A lot of that has been removed, to tell you exactly one of the, but the government is very clever. They know how to put things according to their advantage. So as Dr. Neeraj has said, we had asked for an elected body, at least part of the body to be from the elected representatives, which as it was there in the old MCI. So cleverly what they did was, instead of accepting this for an elected body, what they did was they said that one person from the elected members of the council will come onto this body. So like that, 9 people are there from all over India. And incidentally, the number of NMC members is 33, out of which only these 9 indirectly represent the elected members. Now, another thing, let me tell you, is the next move that the government is there now, which we have come to know, is that to change this word elected member into any member of the state council. And the reason that they are saying is that there are a few states where there is no elected member in the state council, hence they will not get a representation. There are in few states, the act says that only nominated members of the government will be there, or the DHS will be heading the, the state councils. Now, if that comes into existence, and this we have to vehemently oppose, then you will have no representation from the elected members at all. Because let me tell you, the power of sending the name of the member is with the state government. So like for in Maharashtra, the medical education department sent my name from amongst the elected members. So it is there. So definitely they are not going to see to it that the elected members will be represented over there. They will see to it that one of their nominated members will go over there as far as the NMC is concerned. So we have to oppose this. Now, another thing I would like to bring forward, since we are on this subject, is basically, a lot of new acts, rules, regulations come in a draft form, and they are put in the public domain. Organizations, the leaders of the organizations give a complete, they discuss this, they dissect this, everything word verbatim, because every word in an act and a law is important. So you should not casually read every sentence or every word. It should be read as per, legal provisions which are there. And we come out with another draft with our objections to this. and we put it to all our members also. Unfortunately, our members, and it is very sad for me to say this, are so complacent that in spite of the organizations asking them, because ultimately what happens is the number of objections which go there is very important. Since I am part and parcel in the Maharashtra state of bringing a lot of new rules and rules, let me tell you, every objection is taken into account. Only thing is, will it be implemented or not? It depends on the government. But at least it is taken into account. It is documented. They are supposed to keep that document also for future if there is any litigation or anything. But if the number of objections is so less, because let me tell you, AMC, when it sends its objection, it is taken at one. It is not taken as you have some 12,000, 13,000 members, and this is the objection of that many members. So my request is that henceforth also a lot of new things are also coming. The new data protection law which has come, it is in the draft. Remember, it is going to hit the medical profession very badly in the future. The onus is going to be on every medical practitioner who does telemedicine and everything. It is going to be on him. So when this, hear what your organizations say, and you can send these objections. So the number of objections, when it increases, definitely, they are going to take cognizance of that. So same thing happened even in the Clinical Establishment Act. Why the Clinical Establishment Act in Maharashtra has not yet come? We were able to give so many objections. But unfortunately, I was in that panel also of drafting the Clinical Establishment Act for Maharashtra. Let me tell you, it is so sad that our members copy-paste everything which is sent by the organization. So let it be as if like you have read it, you have at least show that that attempt has been made by you. And if we can send these objections by every member of the organizations, definitely it is going to have an effect. So please do that. This is just what Dr. Neeraj has tried to tell you. Let me tell you, as far as the NMC is concerned, the act has already come. There is no sense in trying to dissect the act and say what is right, what is wrong, because you have to follow it once the act is in place. And it is extremely difficult to get any amendments in the act from the government, let me tell you, in future. So our fight should be before that act comes into existence. When the draft of the act or the rules or the regulations are there, we have to fight for our rights at that time. Thank you. Yeah, as far as MMC, sorry, I missed on that. As far as MMC is concerned, it is under the State Act. Okay, so unless the state changes the format or tries to bring something like how the central government has brought the National Medical Commission, unless that state does it, MMC is going to be, or the state councils are going to be in existence as they are today. NMC cannot change the way the state council is, as far as the state government is concerned, how many members are going to be there, who are going to be there. Those changes cannot be brought by the National Medical Commission. Those changes have to be brought by the state government in that particular state. So MMC is there. Don't worry, as far as MMC is concerned, we are going to be as we are. If the state government tries to change, that is the time that we have to fight the state government and not allow something like the National Medical Commission to come into the state government by being united and fighting for it. Thank you.
Dr. Uture, I think what you said right now, is about every medical practitioner, every member of the association writing back to the government. This is such an important fact. I had, in fact, when this NMC rules and regulations are coming, we sent that draft to every member of AMC on his personal email, and we told them to look into it and try and give suggestions and all that. So we do our best. I think IMA also did that. Everyone is doing that. Members need to be proactive. If there is any message today, take-home message from this CME, then it is that please become active, please give your responses, please fight back. Every individual fighting back makes a hell of a lot of difference than only the association. Association is there to guide you, to tell you that this is happening. We send you the drafts. We even send you the editable version. We do so much of effort regarding that. Little amount of effort from your side to protect yourself goes a long way to change the laws. And like Sir said, once the law is established, then only going to court, lobbying and all may or may not make a difference. So the right time to do is to be checking when the drafts come in, onto the public domain and give our suggestions. Dr. Neeraj, do you think that all this work that MLAG has done and AMC has done and IMA has done regarding the suggestions, what exactly is going to happen to the rules and regulations regarding that? We have given our suggestions. CA, I think, was changed quite drastically, maybe because Dr. Utture was there and he heard all our pleas. On the NMC rules and regulations, what do you think? Will they change?
It is not a question of will they or won't they. That we are not in a position to say. What we are in a position to do is we need to make our voice heard. We need to tell them what exactly is it that we want. Bina roye to maa bhi doodh nahi deti.
Deti hai, sir.
नहीं बिना रोए नहीं, बच्चा रोएगा तब माँ दूध देती है. आप रो ही ना. If you don't cry, you don't raise your voice. All we can do is raise our voice. Now, tomorrow, if I'm in Dr. Utture's position and I'm at that level, maybe I will have the power to effect some change. But right now, what I can do is raise my voice. What is happening is not right. And I just hope that others who listen will also raise their voices. And by raising voices, I 100% agree. We have to make representations. We have to give our replies. Whenever any law, anything is coming in the draft form in the social media, please forget for one day. If you see one patient less, it is not going to make an iota of a difference. But if you see one patient less and write one letter to the government on any draft bill, which is going to affect your practice tomorrow, that is something, then we have achieved our purpose of crying horse.
Vidya, please unmute yourselves.
Where the Dr. Utture spoke about, sending representation by individual. I mean, the more the numbers and all. But as an organization, AMC has sent, and the member of AMC or member of IMA for that matter, any organization, the members indirectly give a consent to represent on their behalf. That is what his organization is for.
Hemant, I think
why that should not be, because you tell it in other area where the unions and other trade unions or any other union, there it's a union which goes in for negotiation, representation. It's not the individual member who's got a say. Then why is it only here we say that no, it is not applicable?
May I answer this? So this
yeah,
is
both of you. I mean, Shiv and then Neeraj sir, or Neeraj sir and Shiv.
Yes, sir.
The point is, we are living in a democracy, though we are not considered as citizens of India. Doctors are not considered as citizens of India, but we are still living in a democracy. If we remove our degrees, then we are citizens of this country, right? And in a democracy, it is the majority which holds true. So when Dr. Utture says that send individual representations, and individual representations should not be copy pasted of what Medical Legal Action Group has said or what AMC has said, they should reflect individual opinions. You have 1,000 representations versus you have one representation. Okay, that representation is from AMC, that representation is from MLAG. Maybe the people will read that for 5 minutes more than what they would read an individual's representation. But ultimately, it is the numbers. So there is no harm absolutely in asking individual doctors to send representations. Yes, leaders of even specialty organizations. The representations need not go only from AMC. Why AMC only? Why not Foxy also? Why not ASI also? Why not the Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy also? Why not ISG also? The problem is all organizations, we want to be the president and the secretary and the treasurers of these. But there are certain responsibilities we need to fulfill. It is not the responsibility only of IMA or of AMC or of MLAG to be tackling these issues. These issues are going to affect each and every one of us in each and every specialty. But unfortunately, we are very happy with the way things are and crib a bit, have a drink, curse our fate, and that's the end of the matter.
So we're more of WhatsApp warriors. We see so many doctors, complain to us on WhatsApp. We have official WhatsApp groups of AMC, and we have doctors coming and cribbing over there for 2 minutes and just going away. But nobody really takes the effort to sit and make their objections known to the place.
Just one patient you don't see for one patient for one day in a month, and may make an effort to write a representation on what is crucial to you. You have already been given the information by your association.
Dr. Pingle.
If we introspect and see the attendance of our members for various programs, I would say that don't feel bad. Same is true for all the organizations. It is hardly 5% of the total membership. And politicians are very clever. They know that the active people are hardly 5%, which is true for all the institutions in this country. And as Dr. Neeraj has said, in the society, we are referred as they and us. Society is us, patients and others are us, and doctors are they, as if we are coming from some alien land, So as he has rightly said, we are not considered as citizens of this country having any basic right. As he has rightly said, even the MMC, there is nothing mentioned about any right of the doctor or say taking care of those issues of the doctors. It is only for registration, renewal, other matters related thereof, and only giving penalties to the doctors. That's all, hearing cases. This is very unfortunate.
Yeah, Hemant, to answer your question, let me tell you, since I have been part and parcel, at least in government, Maharashtra government, in all these issues. When these documents are collated, objections when they come to any draft, those babus who are sitting in that air-conditioned office, and it is collectively presented to the ministry, or if a committee has been formed, to the committee. And what do they say? That there are 120 objections to this particular section, whereas there are about 400 which say that this section is correct. They don't say AMC represents 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 members. So that is the importance of everyone writing. You and I may think very rationally and say that yes, IMM Maharashtra represents 47,000 members, AMC represents 15,000 members. But when it goes there as one document, what they put forward is there are so many objections depending on how many documents they receive. And that is how it is. Unfortunately, it is calculated. So see, we cannot fight a system which is always in place. We have to try to tackle this system and fight by being in that system and trying to emulate what that system is doing at present. That is the only way, at least I feel, and that is why I in all my forums also I insist that whenever anything comes, please, every member is supposed to be putting down their objections, because numbers in a democracy is what counts, nothing else. Thank you.
True, sir, very much. I mean, this is a very obvious thing. I think from my side, I would take one perspective is all of us doctors are members of multiple associations. So I guess when we are drafting this or forwarding this, what we do is in our one letter, we mention all of it. So it would be more important that we send that one letter per organization that we are representing. Probably even that would give a lot of number, because only 5% are anyway taking the effort of doing it. Because anyways, they are not seeing the number, they are not seeing the association. All they are seeing is total number kitna aaya. So at least each one of us can contribute to 5 when we are putting it through our 5 different associations that we are associated with. I think Nilima ma'am was putting in something. Ma'am, please, I'm sorry to disturb.
No. what happened is when Dr. Uttare was talking about the Maharashtra Medical Council and how, the regulations were there, when Dr. Neeraj also presented, he also presented comparative studies to the other professional councils, where they do have a very, very strong representation for the welfare of their members, which Maharashtra Medical Council Act does not have it ever. It is very clearly said, even in the preamble, they are saying this is only for a regulatory body who maintains a registry. All right. So they do not have. So we constantly keep saying that our council is not protecting us. Our council is not doing this for us. Our council, can the council really do something for us where our welfare is concerned is my question. And secondly, if at all the Council Act does not provide for this, what can we do to get that act changed? And what has been done up till now to get that act changed and get this implemented or added to the Maharashtra Medical Council Act?
Yeah, I think Nilima, what you have put forward is very, very pertinent. And just like any other council, they have the, right in the beginning, in the preamble, and afterwards, whatever that, sections come in. One of them is that they work for the betterment of their fraternity. Unfortunately, this is not there as far as the state medical councils is concerned, or for that matter, even in NMC, though we have tried to bring a few changes which are there, at least in the rules and regulations. I will talk about that afterwards. Yes, we have done these changes. We have made a lot of amendments because our Maharashtra Medical Council Act is of 1965, which is quite an old act. We have in these 5 years, we have had a committee under my presidency, where we have made a lot of suggestions, lot of changes, lot of amendments to the act. But what you have to understand is, whenever, as I have already stated, that getting any amendment to an act is extremely difficult, because we have to convince the government, and any amendment takes around 1 to 2 years for it to really come, because it has to be passed on the floor of the house, because it is an act. So we have already prepared a huge document, I would say a dossier, not a document, which we have submitted to the government almost about a year back. But as usual, that is just, catching dust in the ministry over there, in which we have asked for these changes which are there. And let me tell you, beyond that also, we have gone as far as MMC is concerned, and all of you all must be aware, a lot of changes we have brought for the betterment of every individual member of the council also. I'm not council of the members who are registered with the council. Now, unfortunately, what happens is, because we are a statutory body under an act, anything beyond an act, if we want to do, is a no-no as far as the government is concerned. And they come down heavily on us, saying that this is not your powers, these are not as per the act, you're not supposed to do this. So somehow we have been able to bring in a lot of changes in the Maharashtra Medical Council also, by circumventing this and trying to project it not as a change in the act or in the basic format of the act, but bringing a change for better, not only for the doctors, but even for the patients. Under that garb, we have made a lot of changes. Let us see what the government does. Those documents are already lying with the government, but let me tell you, way back in 2010, 2011, there are some amendments which are done, which have been given to the government, which have yet not been passed. So I don't know what is going to happen to this document, because ultimately we are at the mercy of the government as far as making any changes is concerned in that. But that attempt has already been made this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I would like to ask Pingle sir, in the MMC, we are giving, exemption to all doctors who are above the age of 65 years. And the NMC doesn't mention anything like that. So what about the future of these senior doctors who are already practicing and are not bound to credit hours at this point of time? What about their practice?
Unmute yourself, Dr. Pingle.
Yes. Now, as we know from the Act, the powers and functions of registration and renewal rest with the state councils. Okay. So, and we follow the federal structure as per the constitution of the country. So as far as the state council is concerned, they have clearly mentioned that people who are above 65 are exempted from this credit hours business. Now, as far as NMC is concerned, Dr. Utture is there. He will tell us about it. But one point I want to add here about the amendments to the Act of the Council. Let me tell you here that one of the reasons for dissolution of the council between 2011 and 16 was we awarded few doctors for their exemplary work, and there was a tragic incident around Nasik where five doctors going in one car met with an accident and all of them died on the spot. So we had given them some help as a social responsibility of the community or the fraternity, On these two counts, Dr. Utture also will agree with me, the government of Maharashtra dissolved the council, then council, So as Dr. Neeraj was trying to say, we tried to act, but then we invited the wrath of the government. Thank you.
Utture sir, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, so this is what Dr. Pingde, exactly what I told you. When we try to do something which is beyond what is written down in the Act as a statutory body, that we give a weapon in the hand of the government to act against us. And this happened last time. These were two beautiful schemes which we had started at that time, where one, we were, those who have done exemplary work, we were awarding them a certificate and monetary, cash to them. And second thing that we did was that youngsters, especially, we were finding who died because of road accidents. Because what statistics we removed was that it was the youngsters, especially in the interior of Maharashtra, who travel from one place to another for their practice. And we found quite a few of them were, involved in some accidents and death. And when there is death in a youngster, you have to understand that his wife is also young. He has got young children and there is nobody to support them. So what we did is we granted them 3 lakh rupees with all the details once they were brought to the council. And where did this money come from? This money did not come from basic what, every member pays as his registration fee or renewal fee or anything. We were collecting 10 rupees per credit hour from our own members for giving them credit hours. And this money which was collected, we thought should go back to our members. And how it should go back to our members? It should go as a help to members who are absolutely in need. So those who are doing exemplary work, especially in the tribal areas, on their own, spending money, time, everything, and doing, in tribal areas and all, we were giving them a cash prize of 1 lakh and a certificate. And those who are unfortunately involved in these accidents, their family, we were giving them. But the government, as I said, government waits for if they want to do something, they wait for some opportunity to, dissolve you. And with taking only these two aspects, which the government said was beyond the provisions which are there in the Act for you to have done this, and therefore they dissolve the last. I'm not talking about this one, the last one. This time, unfortunately, they could not find any reason. So the only reason they found was your 5 years term is over, which, as I said, was right in the beginning, was again illegal. And even the government knows it is illegal, because let me tell you, I was surprised that immediately within 1 week, I got a caveat. A caveat has been filed by the government in the high courts against us, saying that if you are going to go to court against the government because you have been dissolved, they have to be informed. So that means government also knows that there is something wrong in this. But as I said, we didn't want to go there, because our aim is to ask for an early election instead of fighting the government that we should continue there sitting in that council. Thank you.
Utture sir,
Sir,
just
but
about how you helped these members through the 10 rupees that you collect from the CME points that you award. Let me draw your attention over here to the Maharashtra Medical Council Act, where they say about income to the Maharashtra Medical Council. And in that income, they have stated that this is one of the ways of the income, the registration, the CME points and all. But one very important aspect of that, which I read, is that grant from the government, comma, if any. All right. Now, the funny part is that they are governing you, but they're not giving you any finances. So why is that discrepancy there? I mean, you are under them. They are, if any, they are actually supposed to finance you also. So why grants do not come to the council from the government? And if there is no such monetary thing, obligation to the government, why are we still controlled by them so much?
See, ultimately, any body which is by an act of the government is controlled by the government. And that is why the acts are made that way. Unfortunate, I know it is. Though, as Dr. Neeraj has already said, that though these are autonomous bodies in the National Medical Commission, ultimately there are sections which say that they have to listen to what the government says. Not only that, if you see one of the sections going beyond this also, one of the sections say that even the state governments and the state medical councils will have to follow what the National Medical Commission and the central government says. That is also there, in that act. So ultimately, government wants all the powers under it. They do not give a farthing to the council. They do not give a pie to the council, even if it is there written that we are supposed to get some grants. The council itself generates its money from all members by taking, the registration fees, renewal of registration and everything, and it works with that money only. We do not get any money from the government. And Dr. Pingle, I think, wants to add something.
Yeah, I just want to bring to the notice of this house that, do you remember the days when the office was next to Roxy Cinema? Then the days when this was brought to Anand Complex. Today, if you visit the office, you will be surprised to see how it is well made, So the staff also, hardly 2 or 3 people were permanent. All other staff members were on daily wages. That was the financial condition of the MMC. Even elections were not held in the past because they did not have the funds to send the notices of election. You have to send the postal ballot, you have to send by post, So all that now, under the able leadership of Dr. Utture in last 5 years, we should really hear from him how everything is done online, and we are not supposed to visit the office in person, So that was the case once upon a time. Now it's a different council altogether, I must say.
Thank you, sir. That was a good discussion. I hope some clarity will be coming out to the participants. We have a question here that original MBBS is good enough for registration and rest all PG medical degrees are additional degrees. No specialist registration system at the State Medical Council. Since they have additional degrees, how can you define specialist in the COC of NMC without specialist registration system? Nagpal sir, can you please draw light to this question? I am unable to understand the whole thing.
I think the doctor who has asked this question is confused, because at least Punjab Medical Council and most of the other state medical councils I deal with, they have a system where if you have any additional degree over and above MBBS, which is recognized by the National Medical Commission or the MCI as it earlier used to be, then that has to be registered in addition to your MBBS degree. So once that registration is there, the issue is not this. The issue is we have not yet agreed on the definition of specialist.
Agreed.
We have not agreed. Is a specialist only qualified, or is a specialist and experienced, trained and experienced also? Tomorrow, if you start an MCH, let us say in infertility, do all the gynecologists who are infertility specialists today suddenly become quacks? What happens to the DM gastroenterologists who trained the DM hepatologists, but tomorrow will be called quacks because they are not DM hepatology and they are treating in cirrhosis. We are transgressing our this thing by creating more and more super specialties, more and more subspecialties, and having turf wars between these groups, these vested interests, which is to the detriment of what is the lowest common denominator. If you remember my slide, we all need to fight towards that lowest common denominator. That is the MBBS. If you can ensure the rights of the MBBS, if you can look after the rights of the MBBS, if you can look after, imagine you are a person who is fresh, who's MBBS only, and if your organization has created a system where you can have a professional space for working in the country, then the associations have done their job. Our problem is we keep working towards one vested interest group to another. This is where the basic problem is. And even for specialists, I mean, you look at the Indian Evidence Act. Now, supposing Dr. Utre is a surgeon, he is a very renowned surgeon. I work with him for 20 years. Let us say I'm MBBS, but I have worked with him for 20 years. And every time he wakes up, he gets me with him. Every time he goes to sleep, I go home. And every work he has done, I have assisted him. Maybe after 2 years, 3 years, he allows me to participate or do part of the surgery also when he is operating. After 20 years, I decide to part ways with him. Now the question is, am I a specialist or am I not a specialist? When you are having MBBS doctors who are doing MD, act as cardiologists when they are posted in ICCU. The point is, this definition of specialist has been a very, very contentious issue, and ultimately our medical councils and the courts will have to give a clarity on this issue. There are so many doctors who are like MS surgery practicing urology. One of the people has been training doctors in PGI, in particular RIRS. I don't know, Dr. Utre will know the full form of that. And we were just having a discussion 2 days ago. He has been training doctors abroad in the procedure. He himself is MS surgery. Now he says that I am not being recognized as a urologist when I want to register as a urologist with the State Medical Council. So this question of specialist will have to be resolved one way or the other after some time. In today's context, you can talk about orthopedics and surgery, but go back 2 decades. There were MS surgeons who were also doing surgery, who were also doing orthopedics. In fact, there was no separate orthopedic degree in many medical colleges. ENT and I used to be together, previous generation. I'm sure Dr. Utre and others will remember those days when the MSI and MSENT, they were not 2 separate subjects. But do they suddenly lose the specialist status? That is my question.
Dr. Vidya, can I just intervene over here?
Yes, sir, please, sir.
Yeah. So yes, we have been, as far as Maharashtra Medical Council is concerned, we have been discussing on this, and we have been bothered with what exactly Dr. Neeraj has said. See, this all problem started when the 2002 Code of Ethics came into existence, where it specifically said that you are supposed to practice only what you are trained in or what you have got a degree in. Unfortunately, that came into play 2002. And as I said, once it comes as, in the rules, regulations or an act, it becomes very difficult for us to go against that. So just like how I said that we have tried to circumvent for our members a lot of things in the council, let me tell you, in the council, in Maharashtra Medical Council especially, we have taken a decision, and which we are following now, that anybody who has been practicing exclusively in that specialty or super specialty before 2002 and gives us the evidence, because as everybody knows that MD people were working as cardiologists, even plastic surgery, there was no MCH plastic surgery. There were only MS people who were doing, big names like Dr. Thatte, Dr. Dias and all, who taught us, or who taught the MCH plastic surgeons of today. They had only MS degrees. So in Maharashtra Medical Council, we have allowed them to continue practice in that particular branch. But of course, as I said, we cannot do it after 2002, but if it has done before 2002, if they can give us evidence that they were exclusively practicing in that. And we have given a lot of oncosurgeons. Today there is MCH oncosurgery, but what about all the big names, the who's who as far as the Tata bosses are concerned? All of them have been MS. So not only that, we give them a written letter stating that they can practice this branch of medicine or surgery or whatever it is officially, and it has been allowed by the council. We give them to them in writing, and we have done this to almost, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 10 to 12 people who have written to us. We have asked for the documentation, especially cardiologists, oncosurgeons, urologists, plastic surgeons. We have given this, and we have done that for our members as far as the Maharashtra Medical Council. Proactively, we have done that in Maharashtra. Thank you.
Yes, Nagpal sir, please.
Ma'am, under RTI, we had gone to the Medical Council of India on this issue, and they had answered us very clearly in their executive this thing also, and in the general body of MCI, they had passed this, that a person who is trained in a particular specialty, not qualified, can work in that specialty as long as he does not call himself a specialist. This was the clear answer. Meaning to say, an MD medicine trained in cardiology can practice cardiology, and I have the MCI reply on this with me, so anytime anybody wants to share that, I'll give it. The problem is, I'm not asking about being able to work in that specialty. I'm asking why he cannot be called a specialist. I was talking about Indian Evidence Act. Do you know the definition of expert under Indian Evidence Act? If I had worked with Dr. Utre, the original point I was raising, and tomorrow Dr. Utre had a case against him, I would be qualifying as an expert to go and give evidence in court against or for Dr. Utre, even though I'm not MS surgery, I was only MBBS. But because of the definition of expert in Indian Evidence Act, I would be recognized as an expert without qualification. The qualification word does not come in the definition of expert in Indian Evidence Act. Please go through that, check it. We are harping about the word specialist. Nobody has stopped anybody from working in a particular specialty he has trained in, and anybody who asks me or anybody who challenges this, they get the RTI reply from me. I will share it openly. There is no problem. It's on my Facebook page, which we run for Medicos Legal Action Group. It is down listed over there. So the point is, why can't these people be called specialists also? And we have never really made an effort to show the courts that what is being asked is not rational, it's not reasonable. They harp about reasonableness about something. This is not reasonable. That I'm an expert, but I'm not a specialist.
So you mean to say, sir, like if that is barred from using the word specialist because you don't possess a degree, and these are all the new rules which are applicable retrospectively, which in itself becomes a difficult part, that how can I go back and gain that degree when I have already been operating or treating those cases. So instead of writing specialist, is it required that we write that I am expert in this branch?
This is the lawyer's language. This is Dr. Nilima will be telling you how to circumvent the law. But my point is, I am a bullheaded person. I see something in front of me, I bang my head against it. And this is something I have been banging my head against for a very, very long time. So the point simply remains, hum mante hain ki yes, they are trained, they are qualified. If I have to get my surgery done, onco surgery done, I will probably get it from the senior most, whether or not he is a MCH onco surgeon or not. You get a point. But the fact remains, we are afraid or we are shying away from asking for the rights. What is wrong with it? It is Kunal Saha judgment which mentioned this thing. And once Supreme Court mentioned this thing, that you cannot claim to be a specialist unless you have a special qualification in that run. This was the first time it came in a Supreme Court judgment, was Kunal Saha's judgment. And this issue was already decided by the MCI in 2002 and 2004 in the general body. They have passed this also. But this was a new National Medical Commission. There are new regulations being formed. This was something we could have attempted to be corrected at this stage. But my wish
Sir,
list
do you think this reference will be adequate to fight a case of medical negligence? If because that is a most common thing that patients have. You are not a specialist and you have treated me.
No. The person will be penalized if he writes urologist on his letterhead or urologist on his board. If I write MS surgery, practicing urology, MS surgery, trained in urology, then I will defend the person to whichever court the person has to go to. Now, what the judge sahab will do, I cannot say which side of the bed he has got up from, whether he has fought with his wife that day or not. All those things I cannot say. But yes, there is a ground to argue on these issues and defend a person on these issues. We have defended number of people based on that.
Sir, also this training that we are talking about, is there a particular training period that is mentioned?
When the second time
is it 15 days, 6 months, 1 year?
I'll tell you. Second time in RTI when I went to MCI, because there was some lacuna in the reply they had given. That time they cleverly added this thing. The training has to be minimum 6 months in an MCI recognized institution. They have added this thing in the reply. Whether it is part of the original general body meeting transcripts, I do not know as yet. But these are issues I'm raising here because you people are far, far beyond what my capability is to reach and influence, and maybe because I'm sure Dr. Neelima is much more bullheaded than me if she gets things into her radar.
Don't even know, sir. You don't even know how I can go behind a particular thing. Thaan li to karke rahungi. It is always like that. Absolutely, sir. I have been taking this inspiration from you, and I'm very sure I know what my goal is going to be now. MMC elections are here. Utture sir is here. Pingle sir is here. You are here. All of us are here, and I think we should fight for our rights, and we should have representation on the MMC with people who are willing to go ahead and give their time, money, energy, sweat, and blood, to get changes made. My question now, ki ye sab theek hai, specialists and all that, we've not defined. Now a patient comes and puts a case in front of the MMC. All right. I want to know ki how exactly, what kind of complaints come to MMC. Dr. Utture and Dr. Pingle, you are part of that body. So I would love to know from you, ki what exactly is the procedure which is followed? How much time does a particular case take? And how proactive are the MMC members and the registrar in responding? And what changes need to be done where a case in MMC is concerned? Because there are definitely changes which we are looking for.
And whether you allow an advocate for the doctor to defend himself.
In MMC, they do, sir. In MMC, they do. In NMC, they don't. So as of now, MMC is allowing, but NMC is not. So, and the sir has already answered that NMC is not going to be heavy on the MMC. So we are still having our rights in the MMC. So Pingle sir has raised his finger. Pingle sir.
Let us understand first and foremost, I will narrate you one incident. Recently happened, we awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award to Dr. Himmatrao Bhavaskar. So he put it in this way. I received a notice, summons from MMC. Ghabarlo mi. Ata MMC मध्ये कसं जायचं? So first and foremost, you should not be scared. We are in a country where, as he has rightly asked the question, and it is mentioned, you can have an assessor or a lawyer to assist your case. First and foremost, the cases, Dr. Utture will elaborate more on that. Majority of them are for negligence, So your documentation is going to be inspected in the council, which is a quasi-judiciary body. So what documentation you can produce there, so your records should be very good. Good records good defense. No records, no defense. That is first and foremost. Secondly, you can very well have a lawyer to defend your case. Whenever you receive a notice from the registrar, don't waste time. You answer that notice with a help of a lawyer or an association which has experts like Dr. Kapoor and other people. So you should always answer that. You should be in time. If you want to buy time, you can always write a letter that let me have some more time so that I can answer in details. So first and foremost, proper documentation, answer the notices in time, take a help and face the inquiry. This is mentioned in the rules from clause number 62 to 75. You can, it is available on the MMC site also. So from that we can learn few things. So don't be scared, afraid of the MMC, and we have our elected members, so they will definitely give justice. Dr. Utture will elaborate on this.
Yeah, basically, as we have always been harping as elected members, and Dr. Pingle also said, don't be scared. I don't know why people say as soon as they receive a notice from MMC, they panic so much and create a lot of problems for themselves. See, what you have to understand is, under a democracy like India, any and every patient has got a right to complain. And this is not only as far as patients is concerned, even as a citizen, you can complain for different things. That is your right to complain. Unfortunately, up till now, there was nothing in the act which said that frivolous complaints, there will be some punishment for the complainant, which has come in this new NMC, what we have drafted. I can come to that if there is enough of time. I have got a full presentation on whatever draft we have sat and done for almost 6 months. A lot of fights went out in the graph between while formulating the draft between the full-time members and us who were sitting over there. If there is time, I can go through all that. But as far as MMC is concerned, remember, a complaint first comes to the MMC. As soon as the complaint comes to the MMC, the registrar sends this complaint verbatim or the full document of the complaint, because the complainant is supposed to give 2 documents to the MMC. One remains with MMC, and then the one of those complaint documents with all the, whatever papers, OPD papers, indoor papers, investigations, whatever the patient is given, we send it to the registrar directly. It doesn't come to the council or to the president, but the registrar sends it to the RMP, that is a medical practitioner against whom the complaint has been filed. Then we give, as per the act, we give them around 15 days to answer. But there is a provision where if you require more time, you are supposed to send email to MMC requesting for more time. And across the board, everybody is given enough time. So up to 1 month, you get approximately to answer to this point by point on the complaints which are there. Now, what is important you have to understand is this answer that you give point by point is most important, because half the cases, or I would say majority of the cases, fall flat once a good answer comes to MMC. Now, when this answer comes to MMC, the registrar puts all these documents for the first time in front of the president. And then under the act, huge powers are with the president, where the president can say, okay, there is nothing in this, and we close this file, it gets closed. Now, when I came there as a president, I felt it was too much power given to one single person, though I was the president. And what I did was I formulated 4 ethical committees amongst all the members, of the council. And these papers were sent to the ethical committee, and the ethical committee went with that. And invariably, we used to have online Zoom meetings where, the patients used to come forward, the doctors used to come forward, and incidentally, we allow lawyers to be represented both by the patient or the doctors. And if it is just a simple one-day inquiry which takes place, and we go as per the rules, the patient is allowed to put forward what his complaint is. The doctor is allowed to give his justification why it is not negligence. And then again, the patient is allowed to tell anything new on what the doctor has said, nothing to be repeated. And this That is all that we allow. And then the committee decides if we should go forward with a detailed investigation as far as this case is concerned. And let me tell you, almost 99% of the cases fall flat over there if you have made a good representation to the MMC and you have proved that nothing what you have done is as negligence is concerned. There are a few cases where we find, yes, prima facie, there is some problem and we require to go in details as far as this complaint is concerned. At that, and we find that, yes, something wrong has been done by this doctor, and therefore we require to file what is called as a charge sheet on that doctor is concerned. And there may be 10 complaints that the patient has given against him, but we find there is only 1 or 2 complaints which require in details to be gone into. So the charge sheets are only on those 2 points, which then goes to the the RMP. And here there is a complete hearing in front of the executive committee. Remember, the ethical committee does not have any rights as far as the act is concerned as of today, though we have put it down in the new amendments where rights are given to the ethical committee also. So in front of the executive committee, you have to come with your lawyer or without your lawyer if you are expert, or you can even bring a helper. It can be a person from the organization or from your hospital where you are working who can assist you. We allow everybody to come in, but only 1 person, not more than that. Or even if you are a relative, you require a relative, you can bring that relative. And here we allow not only, your say, the patient say, but even experts to come into play. So, the doctors may get some experts saying that what he has done is right. The patient may come with some experts telling us that what the doctor has done is not right. And a detailed hearing is held. Here also, we, initially, before I took over as the president, for years, these cases used to go on. And there were some cases which were running, almost the hearings used to take almost 10 times, 12 times. Now we have not allowed that. At the most, we have 2 hearings. Within 2 hearings, we are supposed to finish the hearings because, we have seen that this is like in Marathi, as we say, Tangti Talwar on the neck of that doctor. It's a sword at the neck of the doctor till the case is there in MMC. Unfortunately, he does not get an NOC, he does not get a good standing certificate if the case is actively being heard. So within 2 hearings, we are supposed to finish it and give whatever judgment we have to give as far as that is concerned. So this is how basically, the cases are heard in the MMC. Full rights are given for you to get a lawyer as of now. Maybe with the new NMC Act which has come, which they have said that there should not be lawyers even with the state councils. I don't know what is going to happen at that time. There's going to be a fight between the state councils and the National Medical Commission at that time. We allow lawyers. We allow you to get experts and give evidence. We allow you to give documents to support whatever you have said as far as your in support of whatever treatment you have given or whatever is given. All that is allowed as far as MMC is concerned. So this is how we work. Even after we give you a judgment, you are allowed to go to the National Medical Commission. Even according to the new draft which has come, you are supposed to go to the EMRB. If you are not happy with the decision, if the decision goes against you as a doctor, you are not happy, you can go to the National Medical Commission, first to the EMRB, then to the National Medical Commission. You can go against the decision given by the National Medical Commission. But what I am trying to tell you is, MMC is not the ultimate. Don't worry. In all my talks, especially to the juniors, I say, we have been in a beautiful era where we have practiced where there were no cases filed against us. But down the line, a case being filed against you in some fora or the other, may it be the state council, may it be the consumer, may it be criminal, whatever, is going to be the norm as it is in the Western countries. So what you have to do is have a good association to back you, have your indemnity which is there so that a good lawyer backs you who is an expert in medical legal cases, and forget about them, let them fight your case for you. Of course, you have to actively take part in that, but do not get bothered. I have seen a lot of my colleagues against whom there were cases filed. They have left their practice and they have, taken up some other profession or other thing. I don't think you have to bother as far as the council is concerned. Council is not ultimate. You can challenge the verdict of the council also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think Nagpal sir wants to add something. Please, sir.
Oh, I just have one question for Dr. Utre. We have simultaneous prosecution or complaints against doctors in various judicial and quasi-judicial fora. Supposing you have a case which comes to you where consumer courts have given a judgment, a district consumer fora has given a negative verdict, or let us say a medical board which has been formed by the civil surgeon has given a negative verdict. More than the civil surgeons, this thing, let us focus on the consumer court. Are you bound to follow what is said? This is a very, very clear message which needs to go. Neither is the consumer court bound to follow the verdict given by State Medical Commission, nor is the State Medical Commission bound to follow the orders given by the consumer court. This has to be understood very well. People get influenced because there is negligence. The civil surgeon board, I'm not saying, because usually that is the level of negligence then we are talking of is a higher one, because case has gone through the police to the civil surgeon to form a medical board, and there we are talking of criminal negligence. But supposing a complaint has been made to the chief minister and the chief minister marks it to the civil surgeon, and it is not a criminal case of criminal negligence, and under those circumstances, even the State Medical Council should or should not be bound by the decision, such a decision by the board, in which case police has not been involved so far. Sir.
Yeah, to answer your question, Dr. Neeraj, no, we are not at all bound, nor are we influenced by the whatever verdict has been given. Let me tell you, not only by the consumer protection, but even by the civil surgeon. See, you have to understand two aspects. As far as the council is concerned, we take into consideration, negligence, we say, but if you see what the wordings, it is the misconduct that we are hearing. So it is completely different from even the criminal negligence, which has been heard by a court of law. As far as the CPA is concerned, they are more bothered about the compensation that has to be because the patient has suffered. Now, we believe that just because the patient has suffered, that does not mean that there is misconduct or negligence as far as the doctor is concerned. Because a simple thing, a B12 is given to him and he goes into, say, reaction. That is not the fault of the doctor. Whereas we have seen that the view taken by the CPA is completely different in these. And the CPA feels that if the doctor has got, that he has got a indemnity bond, this money is there, why don't we grant? Because the patient has suffered. That is not what we take. And we have got judgments to say this also. Not only that, right in the beginning when I took over, we were challenged that if a high court is hearing this case, may it be criminal or a civil, you being a lower court, you do not have the right to hear these cases. Now that is also wrong. Let me tell you, the lawyers may tell you this. We have got judgments which say that simultaneous cases can go even in the criminal court and under the state councils. We have got that much rights also. The only problem comes that in a criminal court, if you have been found guilty and you have been punished, as per the Maharashtra Medical Council Act, it automatically comes to it that we are supposed to suspend you. There we have no say as far as that. If you have been punished, but if your case is pending and going on in a criminal case also, forget the CPA, forget the civil or anything, we are not bound by any decision, and we have taken decisions which are contrary to what the CPA has done, contrary to what even the High Court sometimes has done. And let me be very, very specific over here. In one case, people are bothered with what will happen to our registrations. Let me be very specific, and this is by a High Court judge who has given this judgment, that the only right to take away your registration is the body which gives you the registration, and that is the State Council. There has been a case in the High Court where the High Court judge has, in that heat of that moment, passed a judgment that we are written to the State Councils to remove this registration of this particular doctor. Went to court, went through all the details, and that the same judge in the next hearing has said, yes, I have heard in this, we do not have the right to take away the registration. So we refer this case to the State Councils to take its decisions that it finds correct, and the State Council will take its decision to remove the registration or not. So no court, No government, especially during this COVID time, if you remember, the government was giving dhampis to everybody. If you don't work, your registration will be cancelled. It came to me also where I categorically told the government, you do not have any right to remove this registration. That right is with the council, and the council will be very strong to say that we will not listen to you if you're asking us to remove anybody's registration without having a proper hearing as per the councils. You complained against the doctor, we will hold the hearings and then the council will decide. Thank you.
One word of caution over here to everybody who's listening.
Nilima, I want to add one more line.
Yes, sir.
The patient smartly approach both the forum, consumer court as well as council, because council doesn't give you any compensation and the consumer court cannot hear the negligence case. That is why simultaneously they approach these two bodies, get a nod from MMC, and then they put it to the consumer court for getting the compensation. That is how people play, you know.
So my word of caution was exactly actually over there, that whenever there's a medical council complaint, see to that you're represented very, very well over here, because you need to get a clearance from your council. It helps you a lot when your consumer court case is being heard, that your medical council has given you the clearance, which is a body of medical experts. So that adds value to your evidence. Also, a word of caution over here, that whatever documents you are going to submit, please submit the last document possible, because it is not possible sometimes to add new evidence. So whatever answer you give has to be point to point, has to be additional clearance also if you have to give last or whatever documents, whatever present you can gather, whatever information you can gather, please be very, very well versed with it. And that is why the 15-day gap which is being given for us to file our answers is not an adequate gap. And I feel that is a very, 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 very less gap for a person to answer properly, point to point and legally. And instead of just writing an email that please give us, every time we are begging our council to be humko extension do, but why? You give us adequate time right from beginning. Why not give us 45 days like other courts and all give us? Dr. Neeraj is raising his finger. Yes, sir.
In the new regulations draft, the issue of financial penalty has come in as one of the powers to the State Medical Council.
Yes, sir.
Do you think we should support this as a ground for ask? Sir, please listen to this thing. I'm asking your opinion. I haven't made up my mind. Do you think we should support this as an argument tomorrow for getting doctors out of the purview of Consumer Protection Act? Because right now, when I have discussions with judges and senior advocates and on panel discussions, I am told that State Medical Council only has powers to suspend a doctor's registration. It does not compensate the victim. So now that you are wanting to give this power to award compensation to the State Medical Commission, should we or should we not support this? Because it's a double-edged sword. And I'm still not very clear in my mind whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. It should, if it is in addition to what compensations are awarded already under CPA, and then obviously it is not. But would this be a ground for us to seek removal from within the purview of CPA?
Dr. Utture, googly question for you.
No, it's not a googly. Let me tell you, I have vehemently opposed this aspect of monetary complaints when we discussed it in NMC also. Because if you see the wordings of that, it talks about monetary penalty. But whom does that penalty go to? It is not written over there whom the penalty. Does it go to the council? Does it go to the patient or what? Now, suppose that penalty goes to the council. See, all states will not have a good council which take the side of the doctors, let me tell you. Especially some councils, as I said, are purely nominated members from the government who are there sitting over there. Somewhere there is only one DHS who sits over there in the council. What is the guarantee that there will not be corruption over there? What is the guarantee that you will not try to augment your finances of your council by putting these penalties on that doctor, just like today what consumer protection is saying. There are some judgments which Dr. Neeraj is also aware, where they say there is no negligence as far as the doctor is concerned, but because the patient has suffered, let him get so much money. Now, what foolishness is this? So if this starts happening, then imagine what havoc it will play. And let me tell you, State Council, the members are not with a legal background, unfortunately. Okay, these are doctors who are elected, even nominated doctors, they have no legal background. So when they don't have a legal background, how do I decide to put a 10 rupee or a 10 lakh punishment on you? So I don't think that huge powers should ever be given to any state council which has no legal basis to decide on the monetary this. Number one. Number two, Dr. Neeraj, let me tell you that even if we start putting penalty over here, there is no way we are coming out of the CPA. Okay, that we have had n number of fights with the patient, with the government, with the authorities and everything, where many a times they have shown us a carrot, but at the end moment they have, really penalized us. So we are not going to come out of CPA. As far as lawyers is also concerned, since you had mentioned it, let me tell you, lawyers were also brought under CPA, but they went to court. And the judge, there the advantage is the judge has been a lawyer in the past. Now the judge has given a stay on that, which is still pending because that case has not come up for hearing. So not that they will not be under the CPA. They are also being brought on the CPA, but this is how you tackle the government and how and they have done it very nicely because they are used to all these things. That stay is still pending, and because that stay is pending, they don't come under the CPA. So that is what basically has happened. Unfortunately, we never fought this. We still are so complacent in a lot of things that we don't, as I said, proactively, we do not fight this. Lawyers have got, as you said, lawyers have got the bar council and everything. Let me tell you, when the chief of the bar council in that, especially in that particular court, gives one say that strike, all the lawyers come down outside the court. Now, Lilima, you also are a president of an organization. Be very frank and tell me how many of our doctors follow when we say for some important things like CA, which is going to affect their day-to-day practice. NCHRC in the past, which was supposed to come, which was going to affect your day-to-day practice. The new NEP, which is going to come, which is going to affect, you have to see the NMC along with the NEP to understand what is, the idea behind an NEP. I've got a whole talk of 1 hour only on NEP and how it would affect medical practice in the future. So we are not, unfortunately, united. Even when we say that, okay, we shut down for 1 day, I don't think we are so poor that for 1 day we cannot shut our clinics. When we say for 1 day, how many of our members says, no, sham ko 5 baje tak hi rakh lena. After 5 o'clock, we will open our clinics. So if that is going to be the mentality and not something like the lawyers who, when they decide even some of the cases that court, who are the practicing lawyers decide that in a particular, that this person who has, committed rape or anything, none of the lawyers will represent. Nobody comes forward to represent. They don't go against the bar council. That does not happen as far as we are concerned. And therefore, I think we are lagging behind in trying to firmly put forward what is rightfully ours.
But sir, I will object to your one statement. We are never going to come out of CPA. I have lost 2 court cases, one in Maharashtra High Court, one in Supreme Court, and I am preparing for my 3rd one. So I am going to keep fighting for this.
We will support you in everything.
I so completely agree with you, Neeraj sir. I honestly feel my life motto is, try and try and try and try and try. Unless you try, nothing changes. Even if something has gone against you before, things change, times change, tides change, mentalities change. But to get that awareness, to get that jwala, into people, you require leaders who are ekdam tadak fadak, who are willing to. Hemant was talking about someone, that we do not have unity and we are not like, Hemant, what word did you use? unions. All right. So last year, in fact, me and Deepak had gone to meet a union leader to find out if associations can be converted into unions, and it very much can be done. But the problem with us is, again, our members, sir. It is not the lack in leadership. It is a lack of proactiveness in the members, that other leaders are saying that shut down, then all the members should shut down. Why don't we? We are facing so many problems now with the nursing home registrations. IMA is working very hard on that. MPCB, AMC has done so much of work, matlab so much कि अगर ये pass होगा तो क्या करेंगे, pass नहीं होगा तो क्या करेंगे. We have worked out everything. The government is not willing to listen to us. They're not willing to give us that appointment to listen to us. So finally, we may have to shut down. One more take-home message, if at all, from today's CME, if we are going to do that, whoever is attending, 300 members are attending, you are going to have the cascade effect that in this CME, the leaders, the medical legal leaders of our fraternity have said that all of us have to come together. And agar shutdown karne ki zarurat pad gayi, to yes, all of us are going to shut down. And it is going to affect our bread and butter in the long run. So why not let it affect our bread and butter right now if a change can be made? And if a long-term change can be made by shutting down, I think it is absolutely worth it. MPCB, we are working very hard on it. Utture sir, we are expecting a meeting anytime. And even we have offered you our services where the Nursing Home Registration Act is concerned, because AMC is working very actively in that. We have active members over here who've got a lot of opinion, and a lot of brain work has gone into this. Let all of us, forget about, we are talking about our members coming and joining together. I think all of us should come together. The association should come together and not fight for the credit, कि अरे ये तो IMA ने किया, ये तो AMC ने किया, ये MLAG ने किया. ऐसा ना हो. ये हमने किया. As a fraternity, we should go ahead, and I honestly want to take the bull by its horn and do something about it. And members also, instead of pulling each other down कि भाई इसने क्या किया, इसने वहां जाके ये खराबी की, उसने वहां जाके वो की, please don't do that. You feel so much for the fraternity, come forward, be part of associations and help us fight this rather than interfighting. One very important aspect in the NMC, sir, if I could get it to your notice, was in clause 6, chapter 6, clause 40G, that you cannot be represented by a lawyer. Clause 43 gives the power of a civil court to the SMC, MRB, and the NMC. In 45, the last appeal is with the NMC and not with the courts, which is so scary. I don't know whether it is scary or whether it is good, because if at all the NMC gives you, nothing can be turned. You cannot appeal anywhere else. And I think if at all that is a restriction which we have got, that we cannot go to the courts of law to go and fight against the last judgment given by the NMC. The guideline 4 over there also says that fault, if any, of the doctor may or may not have had a direct bearing on the outcome. All right, still he can be penalized. I think this just completely defies all the norms of justice and should not be allowed. The levels of disciplinary action in that level 2 says that penalty, even when the role of the doctor in causing direct harm was not conclusively proved, but the doctor was found to have breached any of the codes listed, he can still be punished, which I think Utture sir was also saying just now about a similar instance, and I honestly feel that all of us should go and fight against this. This is just not acceptable. Utture sir, you were saying something.
Yeah. No, you have to understand just that last point which you said. See, there are some aspects of in the code. For instance, just to give you an example, if a consent has not been taken, the patient may have not suffered after that, but if the consent has not been taken, that is definitely a breach. So that is what is the meaning of that L2 level, what you are talking about. Okay. So maybe the patient has not suffered. If the patient has not suffered, that does not mean that he has not committed some problem. The patient has come out saying that I have not been told the consequences of this surgery because my proper consent was not taken. So it is meant for that aspect, nothing to do with the treatment of that patient is concerned. All this was discussed.
Unless and until there is a damage done, all right, a patient cannot go to court just because तुमने मेरा consent नहीं लिया. लेकिन अगर सब कुछ ठीक हो गया है, there is no damage, the litigation should not actually be happening.
No. See, the patient obviously feels that, suppose he has been operated and he is not feeling well, there is no damage done, but he feels that he is not, the treatment that he has not got is proper, so he has gone to court against you. Now, in that, he has produced the document saying that your proper consent is not taken. So maybe the damage has, you have come to a conclusion that the damage is not done. But in your code of ethics, you are supposed to take a proper consent. It is written there in black and white. And if you have not done that, that is meant for L2. And therefore, L2, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is there in my talk also. It does not involve any gross punishment or anything as far as L2 is concerned. It is L3, L4 basically where the punishments are quite high in this. And there was a reason behind. Now let me are you giving me some time? Let me just go through some points which are there in this NMC which have not come out over here. So as far as I said, the numbers are 33 because there was some confusion, 25, 31 or whatever. The total numbers are 33, out of which it is the chairman number 1, then all the 4 presidents who are there. Then there are some full, ex officio members like the DHS, then the head of the Tata Institute and all were there. Then you have 10 members who are then the part-time members, out of which 10 members are basically the vice chancellors of the health universities of the states. And then there are 9 members who are from the elected members of the state councils. And then 3 members who have got some standing in the society, they have said. They may or may not be doctors, but let me tell you, as of today, all 33 members in the National Medical Commission are medicos. Okay, there is no non-doctor in NMC, and majority of them, if you see the whole format, majority or 90% are going to be medical doctors. 1 or 2 lawyers who have done work in the field of medical legal and all may get some representation in the future because that is kept open in the NMC. Another aspect is as far as the fees is concerned, let me tell you 50% it is there in the act which states that 50% of the fees or seats, the 50% will be decided by the National Medical Commission. Now you have to understand today 50% of the colleges are government colleges and 50% approximately are private colleges. Okay. Now, in these 50% of private colleges, 50% of the seats, the right is with the NMC to decide. And NMC has already decided this and already sent it to the government that their fees will be equivalent to the fees that the state government colleges charge in that particular state. Understood that point? It will be equivalent. That means 75% of the seats today across the board will be as per what the state government colleges are charging. What is left is the last 25%. That last 25% is left to the state fee regulatory body. Every state has got a fee regulatory body. Maharashtra also has. They will decide, depending on the representations which have been given by the medical colleges, accordingly to what their expenditure is, what their fee structure is, everything they will be deciding. So nothing is left to the private hospitals to decide their fee structure. Even that 25% will be decided by the state regulatory fee board, which is over there. That is number 1. Then as far as DNB equivalence is concerned, DNB equivalence is not for your right to practice as a specialist or consultant. What we have said is that 1 year that you are supposed to do in a medical college or a 500-bedded college is for you to get the status of a teachership as is given to the MD/MS people. Remember, the MD/MS people, when they get a teachership, their registrar post is also held as a teacher's post as per the rules which are existing, which is not the case in a DNB practitioner. Okay, for that teachership equivalence is there, not for anything as far as his practice is concerned. As far as practice is concerned, he is at the same level as an MD/MS or as an MCH is concerned. It is only for the teachership which is there. Then something was said about the Hippocrates oath. Let me tell you, even today we do not take the Hippocratic oath. What we take is the oath, the Geneva Convention, which is there, which is even today present. As far as this Charak Shapath is concerned, let me tell you, it was not discussed in the National Medical Commission, and I have put my objection, and which was taken up even by the chairman. This has been put forward by the undergraduate medical board. Okay, UGME, which is there, undergraduate medical board, which is there. And this is only meant for the students at the beginning of their career, where we call as the white coat. White coat is there. There is a function called white coat, where the students and their parents are called before they start their first MBBS. At that time, they have said that you may or may not, and that has come down to you may or may not ask them to take the Charak oath, this oath was not taken by us ever. Okay, this is an addition, but this does not replace any other oath which we are taking. Even today, when you sign up, when you take your permanent registration, there is an oath which you are supposed to sign, which is nothing, not even it is the Hippocratic oath. It is the Geneva Convention, which goes on changing after a few years. That India is a part of that convention, and we ask you to take that oath. So, that problem as far as the Charak oath is concerned should not be taken into consideration. Then, as far as complaints is concerned, a good point in NMC, which was not there in MCI or in the state councils also, is that now we have put a moratorium on the number of years within which you are supposed to put a complaint, because we are finding sometimes complaint come after, they try the consumer court. When they lose in consumer court, then they come to MMC because they want to take action against the doctor. After 4 years, 5 years, they come over here. Now we have put that moratorium that within 2 years, you are supposed to file the case. Not only that, evidences which the complainant gives has to be a one-time evidence. They cannot add any more evidence afterwards. Try to get more evidence, because then the doctor does not get a chance to try to, counter this evidence which has been put forward. So we have said that the evidence has to be a one-time evidence only. Then, as far as, selling drugs is concerned, remember in the old, we were not allowed to sell a drug. And that time when I used to give a talk, I used to say that if at all you have to give, you're charging for the drugs, it has to be part and parcel of your treatment. But unfortunately, if you see, more and more of our patients are from the insurance sector. And insurance sector requires you to put down what medicine has been used and how much you have charged for that individual. Now, the problem over here is that if we were giving that, all of us were giving, we own nursing home, we had supposed to give that. Problem was that you would come under problem if someone complains against you that you are selling a drug. So that is why this concept is concerned, has come up, where we have allowed you to sell drugs to your own patients so that you can give it to the insurance. But you are not allowed to have an open shop for someone else's patient who comes with a prescription, because for that, then you require to take a license from the FDA. And that is why we have allowed, this is a new thing that we have allowed as far as our members are concerned, because we found that there used to be a problem for these members when they had to give the, receipt to the patient for the insurance reimbursement is concerned. Alcohol duty, off duty, this was purposely put in because, let me tell you, when you drink alcohol, that effect remains for 4 to 6 hours. All of us are aware of that. Classical case is that when a pilot, suppose his duty starts say at 8 o'clock and he has been drinking up till 4 o'clock in the morning, he is not allowed to pilot that plane. Okay. And we feel that the same thing is over there. You have to read the wordings that we have written, that alcohol which is taken off duty, which affects your professional duty with the patient, only then. So it's not that off duty you're not allowed to drink alcohol. You are allowed to enjoy what you're doing up till now. But if your duty starts at 9 o'clock in the night, you're doing night duty, that doesn't mean up to 7 o'clock you drink and then go for your duty at 9 o'clock, because definitely that is going to affect. So only when it affects your professional duties to your patients, only then you will be hauled up, not otherwise. As far as CPD, the very good point brought out by Dr. Neeraj, and this I have put my arguments also in front of the NMC, where I said that NMC now, as you know, all over India, they're going to make it compulsory, 30 credit hours. What we were doing in Maharashtra is going to bring everywhere. So I have told them, okay, I agree with you saying that your, your conferences should not be sponsored by the companies. But on one side, you are saying it is compulsory to have these credit hours. then who is going to hold these conferences? Why should the organization spend their money in holding a conference so that your members who are registered with you can get creditors? Then take the onus on yourself to hold these conferences and you pay for the conferences. So there, most probably that aspect, Dr. Neeraj, will be removed where the organizations will not be. But yes, individual doctors, I also feel there's a lot of problem which is coming, and what you have to understand is, on this sponsorship of individual doctors is concerned, be very, very careful. Today it has come from the, let me tell you, from the PMO's office as far as this is concerned, where the, your conference fee is paid, your stay in the conference is paid, your, up, down airfare is paid, or your whole family, this is paid. Be very careful as far as that is concerned. And if you because this is going to be the future problem for all our members, remember that. And if you give me permission, I have got slides, which only these 2 slides, which I will talk about. If you give me permission, I will do the screen sharing, because this is very important. You have to understand it with the new rule, which has come even in the IT Act, the amendment that is done. It is, there is a relation between the two, which our people don't understand. So can I do the screen sharing, please?
Please, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a talk which I had given basically for the API, in Pune. All about MMC. I'm not going to go into all these details as far as this is concerned. This is another thing. Your right to serve whom you want is there. Okay. So if I feel I don't want to serve this patient, but I am supposed to do it right at stage 1 when he comes to me. You cannot start a treatment halfway and then say that I'm not going to follow you. Remember that. But the right of whom you want to serve and whom you don't want to serve is fully there in the new draft act also, which is there. Financial. Now, this is what is another thing which is objected, and why this came into play. We also objected to this. But then, as I said, this has come from the PMO's office. You have to read this aspect, number 36. RMPs are required to file an affidavit regarding the financial earnings and or benefit received in the past 5 years from any pharmaceutical companies or allied sector companies. Why this came into existence, let me tell you. See, this is the pledge that we take today. Okay, Geneva 2017 pledge. It is not Charak Shapat that even we are doing today. It is not even Hippocratic oath that we are taking, though we call it Hippocratic oath. This is the Geneva pledge that all of us are signing when we go for a permanent registration to any state councils. So these are the level of the L1, L2. This is another thing that we have defined, because what we found is that for the same same mistake that the doctor has done, different councils, depending on who's sitting in that council that day, were giving different punishments to the doctors. So some were giving just warning, some were giving suspension, some were giving permanent removal, and a lot of personal problems were also coming into play, in that particular council when they were giving that. So that is why, as is in any other civil law or criminal law, where that FIR is filed, remember that FIR, if it says that you can be given 3 years imprisonment, the court cannot say you can be given 5 years. It has to be 3 or less than 3, because it has been defined over there that for that particular section, what is the punishment that can be given. And therefore this level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 has come into play, where they cannot go, even the state councils cannot go beyond this level as far as the whatever mistakes the doctor has done. Okay. Now, this is the most important aspect that all of us has to understand, and why we should not get into the trap of these pharmaceutical companies when they offer us that they will pay for us for going for a conference and all. See, not only your problem will come as far as the NMC is concerned, but your problem will come as far as this new section which has come, 194R, which is an amendment in the IT section of 1961. And it has come into play from 1st July 2022. Where and why did it come into play? Because what foolishness these companies have done is that, in their IT returns, they showed as expenditure of the money that they spent on these doctors for taking them for trips to foreign lands or for taking them for the airfare to the conferences and all. And they put it down as an expenses and claimed these expenses with the IT. And then they said that this was meant for, popularizing their product and everything. So what the IT section said is that as per the MCI Act, you are not supposed to do this. The doctors will be punished if you are do this. So what they said is, okay, if you want to do that, you are liable to pay 10% TDS on that. So now suppose tomorrow some company gives Dr. Utture to go for a trip to USA and they have spent say 2 lakh rupees on me, right? They are supposed to pay 10% as far as TDS is concerned. That means 20,000 they have to pay TDS. TDS has to be paid even before they give it to me. Remember that. And in that TDS, who is the beneficiary, that name also comes into play. Understand that? Because that comes in that, what is that form called? In the TDS form which comes, which now everything is online. So in that, your name also comes into play. And this is not only for your conference. If a TV is given to you, computer is given to you, gold coin is whatever, mobile phones, whatever, to that extent, they have said that even if IPL tickets are given to you, which is now costly tickets, so they give, companies send, say 100 doctors for IPL. Now, these companies claim that this is their expenditure, which IT has not allowed them. They have said it will come into 194 hours. So automatically 10% is paid by the TDS. Now what happens is, suppose 2 lakh rupees they have given me and 10% they have cut already. Dr. Utture's name has come as far as that is concerned because they're supposed to, beneficiary has to be written over there. On that 2 lakh rupees, I am supposed to pay, if I come in the 30% bracket, I am supposed to pay the next 20%. Okay, so remember that you are supposed to pay tax on that because 10% is being reflected over there. Now what happens is, once this comes into play, the problem comes that the recipient, that the doctor, is that his name would appear on the TDS form, thus exposing him for action under Code of Medical Ethics. Okay, so be very, very careful when you are accepting anything in future now. And you have to not only see the Code of Ethics, but you have to see this 194R amendment also. I've got a full talk on this 194R amendment, which I have given to some of the organizations of how the doctor can come into problem as far as this is concerned. So since we are all consultants over here, Association of Consultants, I pray that none of you all fall into this trap of the pharmaceutical companies in future. And it is there in the NMC rules and regulations where we try to argue against this. But let me tell you, they are going to keep this because that is a government diktat that has come to them, that they will have a right to get your 5 years income tax returns. Why? To see if you have paid, if your company has paid the TDS of 10%, if it is reflecting in your returns, and why that company has paid you that money. See, you are allowed to take money from the company if you are on their payroll. If there is a contract between you and that company for that particular job that you have done for that company, you are allowed to do that. That does not come under the Code of Ethics. But if it is not that, if it's just a pleasure trip, if you have gone for a conference where even your wife, your children have accompanied you and the company has paid for that, all that is a no-no in the future. So don't get into that problem in the future. And this is, I again plead all of you all that the company will not support you. You will be in trouble as far as, this aspect of getting money from the company is concerned. Thank you.
Shiv, what happens to professional kickback?
Oh, that also comes under that. It is there in my talk. It is there. And let me tell you, we have also put, I don't know how far it will be hold, because as I said, this 50% that we have said already as private medical colleges are concerned were supposed to take the fees as per the government colleges are taking in their area. They have already gone to court against us. So I don't know what the court decision the court is going to take, but at least proactively in NMC, we have done that. And as far as the 50% is concerned, even, your professional kickback is concerned, that is also mentioned over here. If the professional kickback is there, there are some investigative agent, institutions which give you by check. Remember,
Yes,
giving you by
yes.
check.
Yeah, that is the
They
reason I
put you
said.
as a consultant over there and they
You
pay
will
you
be in
check.
problem. You are not a consultant. See, I'm a surgeon. What have I to do with the radiology? What have I to do with the pathology over there? I am not a part and parcel of that
Yeah.
institution. And if I'm part and parcel of that institution, he's supposed to show it in his returns that I am one of the employees over there. Is he going to do that?
But can it be shown as a licensing fee?
What licensing?
No, Hemant, please do not. We do not want to promote anything which is unethical and
It's
illegal.
not
Let us
promoting.
not give
That
via
is
media
no.
and impose
There
to
is
our
nothing,
members.
because as a pharmaceutical point he has raised, this is also something which is prevailing and something that has to be brought forward, that people have to be extra careful with the new
They
act.
don't have to be
This
extra
is not,
careful.
we are not promoting.
They don't have to
We
do
are
it.
not, this doesn't become a promotion, but this is what is existing. Like a pharma, it is existing.
I agree, but
We
we are
can't just blame a
listen.
pharma company for spending for their product promotion. All the hospitals, all the consultants, they do it for their promotion, and that is what is going on.
So this will also come under scanner.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
we
It
have
come
to.
under
was to
scanner.
bring that in front. That is why I raised this point.
So everyone has to be absolutely aware that self-regulation is the best way. The more we self-regulate, less number of litigations, less number of laws that will be, put up on our heads. Neeraj sir, you wanted to say something.
Just 2 points. My original argument against this problem regarding sponsorship was for experts who are going to conferences as faculty. My question is, you have developed a particular technique. You are an expert in that technique. What incentive do you have to go and train other doctors in that technique after spending your own money to travel and for the hospitality? I'm not talking of sponsorship of delegates. Please dissociate these two things. The faculty, what is the interest a faculty will have to go there? Number two, what is being raised is a very, very crucial thing. Lal Path Labs, so many path labs tie up with individual doctors and put their board over there for business promotion or whatever. And then they say, you collect the money, we will accept a particular share from it, let us say 40%, 50%, 60%, and you collect the money, give us this 60% or whatever, and rest is yours. The problem is they are reflecting all this in their data. So when I argued this with one of the companies, they said, okay, you give us place on lease and we will pay you hourly lease. So every month, based on what your share is, your lease hours will increase. The problem is if I give my place on lease, it is also coming under GST, which I am not paying otherwise because being in healthcare. So doctors do not understand the nitty-gritty of these things. Do not tie up with any lab investigation company which offers to come to your clinic, have a person sit there, collect these samples, and give you a share either by check or you collecting and giving them the money. It's a no-no. You are asking for trouble.
Yeah, Dr. Neeraj, to just answer your question, I have got in my slide also, but there's no time. If you have got any contract which is in black and white with a company for your services, for which you get money in check, which is reflected in your returns also, there is absolutely no problem. That section is also there in the draft, where if you are in contract, you are an employee of that company, You are allowed to take money from that company, but it has to be in black and white. It has to be by check. It has to reflect in everything. What we have to stopping is basically all this, your airline fare being paid, your holiday being paid, your fridge being given to you, to that extent that PMO's office, I don't know if you remember, it's a famous Gujarat case.
You know that, sir. So my question is to you. You are an expert in medical council matters. I am holding a conference on 12th of February here, जो हमारी annual conference होती है MLAB की. I invite you, Dr. Utre, please come to my conference and give a talk on the medical council and how or National Medical Council act. And you come at your own cost, and you come and stay at your own cost. The question you are going to ask me is, Neeraj, why should I do all that? I am the expert. You are asking me to come and deliver a talk so that I educate others on what the problems are, and you are asking me to pay for the entire thing. I lose my revenue when I'm not working in my hospital also, and I travel to you. There is a problem over here. You have to distinguish you have to take away, because after all, it's not only limited here. The matter, it's going to have repercussions on training programs all across.
Agreed, sir.
We are not thinking in these terms, but this is going to have repercussions on the training programs.
Dr. Neeraj, what you're saying is very valid.
Now you have to understand one thing. If you read those wordings over there, it is your relationship with the pharma companies and the instrument companies. Now, organizations, if they are organization as an organization, if you are taking official money from them, but an organization is giving you the stay facility, you don't come under this ambit, sir. The organization
have to find out.
Foxy invites me for multiple lectures across India, right? Foxy does not pay. Who's paying? The organizer who is organizing asks some pharma company to take care of this. The point is, what I'm trying to say, no, I refused all this. I have refused all this.
Let Foxy take that money and let Foxy give you your ticket.
No problem. It is not practically happening. This is the message I want to convey.
Yeah, right.
This is exactly the message.
I personally feel that when in other areas, everyone is allowed to market, everyone is allowed to do, a fair sense of competition, why only doctors should not do? When corporate hospitals are allowed to market, everybody is allowed to market. Me as a small nursing home owner, it's not that I lack in my talent. It's not that I lack in my skills at all. And I am not allowed to market. There has to be some legal means of a doctor being able to promote her or his own skill. Now that has to come under the ambit of law, and whatever is legally allowed, we should be allowed. The law has to be permissible. The law has to enhance everything, because if at all, to the lowest person, if a good doctor cannot reach, then that person, it is a loss to the society. Key people who are able to pay on these paid platforms, only they, in fact, when Just Dial came to ask me whether, Nilima, you want to be on our specialist list and all, and if you pay 25,000 rupees, Amitabh Bachchan will say that you are a very good doctor. So I said, Amitabh Bachchan has never visited me, and I'm a gynecologist, so he doesn't have any scope also, So in what way are you going to assess me? All right. So I personally feel that all these acts and everything, when everything is being regulated, even the advertisement should be regulated, but we should be allowed. Sponsorship should be allowed where dispersal of knowledge is concerned. And the government has to look into it, that why should I spend my own money when I'm already upgrading on my skills? I'm already giving so much of efforts to it. I need to be paid. So these are certain aspects. I understand that, yes, we have to work on it, and some kind of via media has to be permitted. One more small question, Utture sir.
Nilima, I'll answer your question. It is there. You see in the draft, as far as advertisement is concerned. Now, I had made a full presentation to NMC of what is called as, and I've been passionate as far as this is concerned, what is called as ethical advertisement is concerned. Again, I have got a full talk on that. But somehow or the other, they did not agree with me. But to some extent, they have allowed, as far as any doctor, we said, when a new doctor comes into practice in my area, everybody knows Dr. Utture. How are they going to know this new doctor that he's practicing in your area? Because you are not allowing him in any way to advertise. So this has been put over here. Number one, in the old one, this was there where you are allowed to give a formal announcement in the media, but it was not when you start your practice or change your practice, whatever, but it was not said, is it a one time or multiple times, How many days you can do that was not there. So that was the ambiguity we have put there. It is 3 months. For up to 3 months, you can, in the announcement in the media, print media, officially you can do. Public declaration of your charges, you are also allowed to do. Not only that, if you see point B, RMP or any other person, including corporate hospitals running maternity home, may place announcements in lay press, but these should not contain anything more than the name of the institution, type of patients admitted, kind of training taken, and other facilities offered and fees given. So to some extent, they have gone to allow an individual doctor to also do this, but not to the extent which I would have been happy if they had done. So this is as far as your this is concerned. Now,
restricted chance given, it means I don't see any.
That is one step. One step. That is one step. You have to understand, when we try to push something in that NMC, it is so difficult for us. 6 months I have been working with them as far as this is concerned. So even this is concerned, you have to understand. You are asking this question. However, Dr. Neeraj also, sir, this does not include salaries and benefits that RMPs may receive as employees of these organizations. So if you have got a contract with that organization, definitely you are allowed to take this money directly from that institution, but that has to be in the check form, and the reason why they are giving you should be there in that contract. That is all I would like to just try to, put forward.
There is a query over here. Is AMC doing anything as far as uniform remuneration and other long-term benefits of doctors, not consultants or private practitioners who work for private hospitals on long-term basis across the country? It's not discussed usually on any other platform. Sir, my thing is that we were discussing this as to how we can protect our members over there also. But unfortunately, every doctor, when he's wanting to join the corporate hospital, bows down to all terms and conditions that they want. They sign the contract, and then when something wrong happens, they come running to associations to now protect us. My point is that when you're signing the contract, please involve your association into what you are signing, so we can guide you there. This is what you should or should not sign, and then only we can go ahead with that. Second thing, sir, whenever we want to go on a shutdown, we always find that the corporate hospitals doctors don't involve themselves in these kind of activities. So if you want the cake and eat it too, it does not happen that way, sir. It has to be a give and take. So we would also appreciate your efforts in this endeavor of ours, where we are trying to change the rules and regulations, that when you are signing your contract, involve your association so that we can come forward and protect you when something goes wrong. But you're very right when you say that corporates are exploiting our doctors, and we definitely plan to look into the matter. Before we shut down for the day, Utture sir, a very big change had come in between when there was a bond thing. Why am I bringing this out again? Is because in Haryana, there is right now a student agitation going on. For 1 month, the students have not entered their classrooms, and a very big fight is going on over there. And it's extremely pathetic to see that, people feel that we have been, in Haryana, they've been made as bonded laborers. In Maharashtra, currently, what is the status of the bond? Because when we started getting notices for bonds, we said that the previous people, we had never had this kind of discussion, and we have never signed any contract with the government regarding the bonds. So we got excluded. All right. But the latest people who are having discussions and consultations, and then they are signing for the bond. What is the status in Maharashtra, and how can we get out of this bond system? Why no other profession comes under the bonds, and only the doctors are made to do these bonds? I think it's a very big discrepancy, and we need to fight. And at the Maharashtra Medical Council level, if the council members only take this up very, very seriously, we need to change this, sir. What can be done?
Before you answer, sir, please remember, Haryana, the government fees for MBBS is 40 lakhs.
From 40,000, they have suddenly changed it to 40 lakhs.
So when we are talking of NMC controlling the fee structure, we have to keep these kind of things in mind also. Please, sir.
Yeah. See, basically, as far as this bond is concerned, it was even discussed in detail in the NMC, and all of us unanimously put our foot down And this was asked by the central government because of the court order also to NMC of what is our opinion as far as bond is concerned. And I think I have sent it to some members. I have sent it to the Haryana doctors also. We have categorically given in writing that NMC is against any bond policy. In writing, we have. Now you have to understand one thing, as far as health is concerned, it is a state subject. Okay. So medical education also to some extent is a state subject. So as far as these rules and regulations are concerned, this is not by the central government or by the NMC. These rules and regulations have been made by the state government in that particular state. Even as far as Maharashtra is concerned, there is a bond when you do it from the government medical colleges, 1 year after MBBS, 1 year after MD, MS, 2 years after MCH. So that is bond is there. Now, I was in between sent a letter by the DMER when I was the president of MMC, stating that these are the names of the people who have not done their bond. So please cancel the registration. Okay. I wrote back, please tell me I come under the Maharashtra Medical Council Act, I come under the National Medical Commission, and that time MCA Act. Under which provisions of these two acts you are asking me to do this? And believe it or not, after that, I have not received any reply. Okay. So this is not by the councils at all. This is by the state governments. And the argument that the state governments basically gave is that they require doctors who are not going, means MBBS doctors, who are not going to small towns and places, and therefore our PHC centers are not manned properly by qualified people, because of which the local citizens are being affected. This is what the government, even in the court of law, they have said that when we were fighting for this cross-pathy issue and everything, why the government, we could not get a stay order on that. So this is what the state governments are doing, and not by the central government or by the councils. Bond policy is there. Now, I have had a discussion even with the judges, and Dr. Neeraj is also agree with me. You know what? The first thing the judge asked me, have you signed the bond? And by the way, Nilima, we have also signed a bond. Huh?
Yes, sir, I know.
We have signed a bond. That has also come to me. I have had multiple meetings with the government, and I have told them how it will, will have a backlash on you. Because if you remember from KEM hospital, they had sent people who are 30 years in practice. They had asked them to submit if they have done the bond or not, or come and do the bond for 1 year. If you remember that in between.
Yes, absolutely. Sir, I was part of that agitation, and we had started an organization also regarding that. But we said that there is a limitation period for everything, and there were no notices from the government at that time. And that's why after 30 years, you sending a notice does not hold good in law.
So I have had quite a lot of discussions with the ministry also, and then they backtracked, and these bonds they are insisting only from students after 2010, not before that. Okay. So when I spoke to the judge, how can you justify this bonded labor? You know what he asked me? Have you signed this? I said, yes. Were you an adult at that time? I said, yes. Then why did you sign? So unfortunately, even if it goes to the court of law, judges will take what is there in the law, in the act, or what have you signed. So they say that this is a contract between you and the government when you took up this seat. And this contract, if you have signed, you have to follow that contract. At least this is with one judge when I had a talk with him. I don't know how the other judges would look into it, but I feel bond should not be there. In NMC, we have taken that decision, and we have given a letter to the central government stating that NMC under no circumstances will justify bond as far as medical education is concerned.
So it will not affect our MMC registrations when we come for renewal? Because at that time, the notices that come along with renewals, you have to show that you have completed your bond.
You got your renewal, na? You got your renewal.
Yes, sir, that is because we fought for it.
Did MMC ask for your bond or anything? Though, yeah, I will show
No,
you
so
the
that
letter.
is because of the person in the chair. It is not because the law changed. So we can't depend on that, na, sir. There has to be something in law which categorically says that no bond is not required. Neeraj, sir.
Dr. Nilima, there is a concept of unfair contract. If one person is a dominant party and he forces certain conditions in a contract with another person who's a non-dominant party, then under those circumstances, these contracts can be challenged in court of law, number one. Number two, under RTI, I have information from Ministry of Health. If you go to National Health Survey, you will get the data on how many posts for MBBS doctors are available in PHCs across India. They are less than 30,000.
Agreed.
The vacancies in those posts are less than 3,000. You are producing 97,000 doctors in the country today, and you are having difficulty filling 3,000 posts, and you are wanting to impose bond because of these 3,000 posts. There is something wrong in what you are saying.
Absolutely.
This is propaganda. This is nothing else. You give me posts of doctors, permanent posts for MBBS doctors. I will provide you 5 doctors for each post. It's not a problem. We are doctors, and MBBS doctors in India are underemployed, unemployed, changing profession, changing the country, doing everything else to earn a living. The bond is uncalled for.
Agreed, sir. That is, a few doctors got the waiver because they produced these documents to the government saying that we have applied for the jobs, but the jobs are not available. And that is why they were given the waiver also. Anything
Sir,
else?
one question. Sir, one last question. In the NMC bill, we are addressing a lot of things, but violence against doctors and hospitals, this is one thing which is not addressed. And I
Why
think
should
it is a concern for all
Why
us
should be
doctors.
addressed, ma'am? NMC has nothing to do with your welfare. It has nothing to do with
Exactly.
it is
Exactly.
a regulatory punishing body, and
Punishing
it's
body.
there only to punish. So if you take up an arm and attack the attacker who has attacked you, then NMC will come into
Then
the
NMC
picture
will come
and
into
suspend
action.
your license.
Yes, yes. Utture sir, please add to it. Your smile is already adding.
Again, I would like to repeat, we can do only as much as that act can say. Beyond that, in MMC,
Sir,
we have tried that.
Sir, then who will do for our fraternity, sir?
Understand that as far as MMC is concerned, we have tried to do it, but in a roundabout way. I cannot guarantee as far as NMC is concerned, because I was also a part-time member. There are full-time members, unfortunately, who are sitting in MMC over there, who are from 9 to 5, who basically decide on everything over there. We come into play only when they want to get some things passed, or they want to, get things done. So, yes, I agree. There should be, like in any other council, our council should also be acting. And in all my talks also, I say that here is the importance of MMC and organizations like, say, AMC, IMA, working hand in hand, so that MMC can look after the regulatory part. And as far as, the fraternity is concerned, that can be looked after by this. So, and that is the importance of organizations and the council working hand in glove with each other and helping each other out.
Sir, but all the regulations, all the regulatory bodies, sorry ma'am, this is a little touchy topic. All the regulatory bodies that are there for all the professional organizations are bodies which support the organization. Why is it that only medical bodies are here to curtail, to punish, to regulate? Doctor ये नहीं करना, doctor वो नहीं करना. Sir, bond में doctor जाके rural में सब services देता है. रूरल में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, इंजीनियर क्यों नहीं जाता? रूरल में फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट नहीं है, सीए को क्यों नहीं जाता? Why is it that why only doctors have to do all this stuff? And after that, we are underpaid daily wages. And white collar underpaid daily wages. This is the fact, sir. As a youngster, also we had this to cry. This today I have this panel, meko baat karna hai. And I'm sure there will be many delegates who feel that this should have come up.
Dr. Pingle
Regulation
has
है,
something to
ऐसे
say.
करो, वैसा करो,
Yeah.
करो, करो,
Vidya,
what to
Dr.
करो.
Pingle को चांस दो बात करने के लिए. Dr. Pingle sir.
Yes, sir, Pingle sir.
Hey, the only simple solution is don't shun away from politics. We doctors keep away from politics and politicians. You should enter if you want to change the system, be the part of the system. So youngsters should take upon them and enter politics actively. Okay? Then only
Sir,
things can
politics में actively बहुत सारे doctors हैं at this point of time. लेकिन हम लोगों की situation जैसे पहले थी वैसे आज है.
They are first the members of that political party and then doctors.
So
that is why we should, who are apolitical, we should.
They are politicians more than.
Yes, they are
true,
more political.
but then what is the solution, sir? ये सब problems are seen by everybody. What is the future of our fraternity? More and more regulatory bodies, more and more medical negligence, more and more cases. Are we going to spend more time in the court and the council rather than in our hospitals? Abhi NMC says that you have a choice whether you want to treat the patient or not. I refuse the patient. The patient has a complication, goes to court and says medical negligence ho gaya. Permanent Katara ka aisa hai ki during medical negligence you are supposed to first, during a medical emergency you are supposed to see a patient first. Then you do everything else. आप तो एक आधार कार्ड पेशेंट से नहीं मांग सकते, लेकिन पॉक्सो में आपने नहीं दिया तो अगले दिन पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर आके इंक्वायरी करता है. पेशेंट एमटीपी करके जाता है और फिर आके बोलता है कि देयर वाज एन असॉल्ट एंड द डॉक्टर हैज नॉट डन एनी कंप्लेंट. सो दीज आर ऑल प्रैक्टिकल थिंग्स. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एक्ट्स एंड एवरीथिंग. दीज आर ऑन फील्ड डेली जब प्रैक्टिस करते हैं ना. आई डोंट नो, वी शुड बी हैप्पी कि ये पेशेंट हैज कम इन फॉर अ प्रोसीजर, और वी शुड स्टार्ट थिंकिंग इन्फॉर्म कंसेंट में क्या लिखा है, इसके साथ कौन आया, इसका एज क्या है, इसका आधार कार्ड है या नहीं, मांगो कि नहीं मांगो, ये ब्लीड हो रही है. This is the factual situation of a doctor.
Vidya, we are having the medico-legal series. This is just the first of them. So save your anguish and save all these questions that you have. In the next time, we are going to tackle with the violence on doctors. We're going to tackle POXO, MTP, IVF, all the laws that govern us. We are going to cover
all the laws that we have, not the defenses that we have. I'm looking for what defense we have.
Dr. Pingle said that. Look at Dr. Neeraj. Dr. Neeraj has really done so much of work. He's an individual person, all right? And he's taken the onus on himself to go ahead and do so much, all right? So if at all through these seminars, we are able to awaken, मैं वही बोल रही हूँ कि हम union नहीं है, लेकिन हम united तो रह सकते हैं ना. और जब हम बोलेंगे शटडाउन तो कर सकते हैं ना, प्रेशर कैसे लाएंगे? You understand that? So what we are trying to do is create awareness, trying to create more and more people. I see a very good possibility over here if we could create a black registry, to red flag the patients. Will that be ullangan kucha laws of honare ka? Because we have the right to protect ourselves, right? So red flagging, black registry, it is not declaration of the patient. So I do not think it will also, where patient confidentiality is concerned. If at all we have a registry on our websites, will we be allowed to do that? Because red flagging of troublesome patients will go a long way to help our fraternity to prevent future episodes. That is one question. Second is that if at all we are talking so much about the laws, we have IAS, IPS, IFS, why not have an Indian medical service? All right, we should train our doctors in that, and these doctors can come forward because they are doctors, they should be law graduates, they should be even IMS people, and we can take up so many things and make a lot of change in the society. Everybody.
Training in martial arts, you missed it.
Training in martial arts, I think everybody should do. I have a lot of ideas. Each and every person should be given 1 year in the army. Every citizen of this country should
every
be
doctor, ma'am, not every citizen, only doctor.
हमको ना सिर्फ अपना दिखता है, all right? You don't even know how much other people are tortured, all right? Let's not be very selfish. We are, but I have seen so many videos जहाँ पे डॉक्टर ऐसे मार खा रहे हैं. What यार? All right, you should be able to retaliate. You're a human being too, right? If someone is beating you, why are you taking the beating? Don't you have the choice of parenting self-defense? What are you doing? All right, so this does not need to be taught. It has to come from here. डर के रहोगे तो डराने वाले बहुत है, दब के रहोगे दबाने वाले बहुत है. तो एक पुकार सुनो, एक आवाज सुनो और उठो, जागो डॉक्टर, जागो. Yes, sir. We
to
have some
answer
good messages from the panel now. We are extending it.
a lot of things coming. You know, when you have two people
Sorry, lot of
Dr.
outbursts.
Vidya and
I'm very
Dr.
sorry.
Nilima from both
All right,
sides.
panelists, take home messages.
I'll try to.
Close it.
I'll try to
Yes,
just answer a few queries that you have raised. IMS, yes. IMS, I was part of the committee with Dr. Ved Prakash and Dr. Vinay Agarwal. We have made a full document of IMS and why IMS is required and how it should be brought. We have given it to the central government. So I don't know, let us hope that they, just like IAS, IPS, the whole document we have created and we have given it to the central government. So let us hope that it comes in the future. Number one. Number two, you spoke about a registry. Let me tell you, IMA branches in small towns have already made such a registry.
Yes.
And unless it is an emergency, yes, you can always say to the patient no when he comes to you for the first time. That right is there under NMC also, as far as you are concerned. You can say that, but definitely because of the court judgments, not when it is an emergency. Then number three, Dr. Vidya passionately spoke about all this meetings and everything that doctors undergo. Let me tell you, we could not do it over here, but in the Maharashtra State Specific Clinical Establishment Act, where even AMC was part of that group, we have made that. In that, we have not stuck to whatever the central CA is there. We have prepared a separate document itself, which is specific for Maharashtra. In that, along with the patient's rights, we have put down the patient's responsibilities also. And in that, we have mentioned as far as payment is concerned, we have mentioned as far as assaults are concerned on the doctors, we have mentioned as far as the patient, many a times patient do not give you a proper history, and because of which your treatment changes. Even that has been mentioned. Unfortunately, this Clinical Establishment Act, which is there, the document also has been submitted officially to the government. Under the government, the committee was formed, but it has been held back because of these so-called citizens groups which are over there, where they want the doctors to put down their charges also, which we have vehemently opposed, saying that we are professionals and you cannot dictate to us how much to charge, how much not to charge, like any other profession. And because of that, it is on the back burner as far as the the government is concerned. So if you see that document, which is there, I think on your NMC, on your AMC website also, I think you'll have put down that final document which we have draft, which we have made and we have given the government. There, all these things have been laid down.
Yes, sir. The CA document which was made for Maharashtra specific, it was I think a very comprehensive and a very good document which protected the doctors in a lot of ways. Unfortunately, the CAB now in Maharashtra is on the back burner because maybe they thought that we work too well in this, and first time doctors are being proactive. तो अगर ये लाएंगे तो डॉक्टर के ऊपर अत्याचार हम नहीं कर पाएंगे और दबाव नहीं डाल पाएंगे. That is maybe the CA has not come out for that. Thank you very much. Who's going to do the word of thanks? Dr. Pillai, any take-home message? Dr. Neeraj, any take-home message?
Yes. So please, we would like some take-home message from the panelists.
My take-home messages are very simple. We need to wake up.
Yes.
We have had so far 7 deaths that I know of from violence against doctors. I know it is difficult to wake up till the time we have had 70,000 deaths, because that is the benchmark I have kept. Maybe after that, our members will wake up. And I feel what can easily be done, let us forget the rhetoric. What can easily be done? When I started MLAG, I started paying a PR agency 15,000 rupees a month. We couldn't afford it. I started paying that. What the PR agency's work was, one way or the other, raise issues which were positive for us, what we were trying to do, what our motives were, some press conference, fictitious press conference, but they would come in newspapers time and time again. The message we were trying to give, but this was simply money talking and getting the press coverages. We had to stop that because some members of our group objected to it. But I still feel that is one way where, without investing too much, we can't expect our members to close their clinics. We can't expect them for road shows. But what we can expect is members to contribute towards organizations which are working for the welfare of doctors. At least that much they can be expected to do. And how the organization responsibly uses that money for litigations, for raising awareness, for whatever. The point is, the minimum I expect from members is at least start contributing to organizations which are working for you. That if you start doing that is also a huge because I have fought 4 or 5 cases in Supreme Court, and every time you go to Supreme Court, you realize you have to take a beggar's bowl and go from person to person. Please, Allah ke naam pe de de. I mean, that is the kind of thing which goes on. Why are we all so poor? We should not be. We should be having substantial funds. Any issue comes up, we should be able to face it head on.
Agreed.
So I think that is the one message I would like to convey. Thank you.
Utture, sir.
Yeah, basically, just to all our members, in all my talks, I always say that unfortunately, we medicos are super intelligent people. And as far as the association is concerned, we all have generals. All of us are generals over there. None of us are foot soldiers. By that, I mean that once a diktat is given, we start thinking why I should do that, why I should not do that, why the organization should not do that. See, you have to understand, your leaders don't come out with anything without discussion, without thoroughly dissecting that problem, without going into all the legal problems, everything. And then they come to a particular decision. So if you cannot be, active as far as the decision is concerned, at least what you can do is you follow whatever has been told to you. We are not saying follow it blindly, but definitely none of the leaders come out with something which is not, which is impracticable or which is against the law or anything like that. Unions, like how Hemant said, unions give unlawful diktats also, which is followed by the members. They come out on the road, they throw stones, they throw sticks, they burn buses and everything they do, which is illegal. We are not asking you to do that. But definitely when your leaders are asking you to do something, it may be you are not, problem what happens is 2 things happen. One thing is not in my backyard. I am not affected with this, why I should. But remember, tomorrow you will be affected with the same thing. Number 2. Number 2 is do not become WhatsApp activists. If you want to become activists in the true sense. Attend the meetings. Meetings are held by all organizations. Put down your points forward. It's so easy to sit in your house and, type those few sentences, especially damaging sentences against the office bearers and the organizations, which has become a fad amongst all our members. You never attend any meeting. You never put down your points. You never try to argue out something during the meetings. But you are there very active on the WhatsApp and that influences other people also. So don't be that. Take active part. All of us are working as honorary members in the organization. None of us are paid. We spend money from our pocket coming for the meetings and attending these meetings, trying to find out the details of any problems which are there. So all of us are doing that. So don't put down your leaders whenever they ask you to do something. If you cannot, as we say, even those contribute who stand and still and watch. So at least stand behind your leaders and do what they are saying. We will go, a huge advantage we will get even if we do that, because as someone said, the politicians look at how much is your strength and how much of backing you have from your members. So at least don't badmouth your leaders or your organizations whenever such issues come into play. That will go a long way to encourage these leaders to go on working and be part of the organization. Just don't be a peripheral part of the organization. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. Pingley, sir.
I think he is not seen.
Okay. So
Okay, let's
thank you
find up
so
there.
much. Thank you so much, Neeraj sir, Utture sir, Nilima ma'am, all the delegates for giving your time on Sunday. And I'm sure this time that we have invested is really worthwhile. And of all the take-home messages, all of them, each and every line was very, very important. But for me, there is one statement that comes out through all of your messages. We all need to be united. We all need to be there for each other, because a fraternity which is united is the only fraternity which will stand, immaterial of which organization and association we want to affiliate ourselves to. The first thing is that we need to be together. So let's all make it a point that we are all going to be together. Every action, no point of sitting and just complaining on WhatsApp. It's time we all stand for ourselves, and only then we can bring about the change for ourselves and the change for our future doctors. That is the only way our fraternity can be saved. So thank you so much for such an overwhelming response and such an active, interactive, heavily action-packed panel session. And of course, Neeraj sir, that was the icing on the cake. So thank you so much. And special thanks to Nilima ma'am. This has been my first webinar, and she supported me and she's been there, rock standing there. And Hemant sir, Leena ma'am, really thank you so much for this opportunity. It's been a wonderful Sunday afternoon, really worthwhile. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you.
Yes.
And we're going to have our next webinar, Vidya.
No,
Dear us.
thanks.
And you already heard Utture sir that he has a lot of
Nilima,
stuff with him.
Nilima.
All right, so catch hold of him again.
Nilima,
Yes.
two people need to be thanked. One is Pranav from Finovate, who started, and now Rajesh, who is, because Pranav is not available, Rajesh Bijlani took the onus of, being there
Technically.
if there are any technical flaws. So thank you to both of them on behalf of Association of Medical Consultants. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to
Thank
Dr.
you.
Manish Machave as well as Advocate Sunil Khatri, because they had solid reasons because of which they could not join, but they were very enthusiastic to join. We definitely will have you the next time. And I think all the panelists, Vidya, see to that everybody today is included in your next.
We make them permanent members of our webinar.
Absolutely. Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we close the meeting.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.